Let me adjust my camera a little here. This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Sunday evening, Palm Sunday. Palm Sunday evening, April 2nd, 2023. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. Oh, let me go out to my tablet and bring up my live stream so that I can see folks coming in and welcoming them. Do, 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 do. Hello, hello, hello. Let me get into live chat. Hi, Sherry Van. Sherry's here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me adjust the quality on my video so that I can see what's going on a little clearer. 7:20. Good to see you, Sherry. I hope your weekend has gone well. We've had a nice day here, although I will say I did not venture out. I've been reading a book. Oh, I'm so interested in that book. I'm just about finished with it. Oh, I might have 100 pages left. The Switchboard Soldiers. It's all about the ladies who operated the switchboards in France during World War I under General Pershing. It's very interesting. They were the first women to serve in the Signal Corps. I don't know if they were the first women in the Army because there were the nurses. So, and welcome out up in the balcony. We're glad to see you. I have some things planned for tonight. These are some herbs I've had around, and I think there are some that I'm not sure if these are any that Valerie sent or Laura sent me, Laura Vasquez. I got them all mixed up, but what I thought I would do is fill some little cups later, and I've got some oregano, some stevia, which is kind of like you can put that in your, that's a sugar substitute. I've got dill, that'll go outside. I've got spearmint, and I don't know what Italian green flat is. I've never had Italian green flat. Parsley, it's parsley. Oh, it says parsley. So I'm going to try to grow this in my windowsill, and the mint and the spearmint. And this is oregano. We don't really use oregano. These will probably go outside when it gets warmer. But I'm going to try to fill some pots, poke holes in pots and fill some pots. We'll see what happens. And I want to work on a tassel tonight. Let me refresh. I don't see who comes in until I refresh my chat. Hi, Nashwa. She said it's Sherry says it's a beautiful day here. I went to church and planted flowers at my mailbox. Oh, you have me interested in those books. Which books? Now I'm interested in what you're interested in. Are you talking to, who are you talking to? Are you talking to, you have me interested in those books. I'm sure you'll tell me. This is what I ordered on a whim from Johnny when she was having a desk cleanup sale. And I had no idea that I was going to, that Janet Nash was going to do a tassel. Oh, the Switchboard Soldiers. Yes. It's written by, I think it was written last year. You can probably check it out at your library. It was written by Jennifer Cheverini. She's a Madison, Wisconsin author. It's Chauverani, I think. And it was written by her. And it's It's about these telephone operators. And there's another one too I'm reading. Let me go get the books because they're just right out by my recliner, and there's not too many people in here to make way for me. Oh, the other one is not a World War II one. The other one I checked out before, but I didn't finish reading it. But I'll show you the author, Sherry, so that you know. These are the books. Jennifer Chiaverini. She's from Madison, Wisconsin. And she wrote the Elm Creek Mystery Series, which was a quilting book series. And then you might be familiar with those. The Aloha Quilt, The Quilter's Holiday, Circle of Quilters, Quilter's Homecoming, The Runaway Quilt. I've read all of these. But then she drifted more into writing, these are all novels about a quilting guild or a quilter's. Actually, it was a quilter shop, Elm Creek, run by, I forget the name of the lady, and a group of quilters. This whole quilt series, kind of like a mystery type thing, and more of a novel. But these are historical novels. Well, there's a couple quilt books in here. Mrs. Lincoln's Dressmaker, The Spy Mistress, Mrs. Lincoln's Rival, Mrs. Grant and Madame Jewel. I have read that one. Christmas Bells, Fates and Traitors, I think is all about, the guy that shot Abraham Lincoln. John Wilkes Booth, Fates and Traitors. Now, the one here in Enchantress of Numbers is the other one that I checked out. But this one is called Switchboard Soldiers. And see, I was probably about halfway through it this afternoon. Of course, I was maintaining or doing a list too. I'm doing a list on Fib Diggity to surprise, on occasion, members of our group who I want to surprise. Or who we want to surprise. And I posted a post saying, if you're interested, please let me know by commenting below. This is over on Facebook. And I created a secret list. Well, the secret list and it was more of an announcement list, but it very soon became very chatty. And there were about half of the group who just wanted announcements only. So I had to split it off into two groups, one for the chatty folks, because I didn't want to, and I enjoy the chat too, and one for the ladies who just want announcements because they're pretty busy. Some of them are traveling, others have, their husbands, they use their husband's account, and some just don't want to be bothered by all the chat. So, and some of them just, they just prefer a quiet list. So I created two lists, and then I created two separate lists because we started our announcement, our secret event. We're going to surprise somebody. So, and I can't tell you who. Or I'd be letting the cat out of the bag. But this is the other book that Jennifer Chiaverini, I can't pronounce her last name. I did meet her when I was in Madison. Well, I met her at a quote show. I met her briefly. She was signing her books, and I didn't have a book. Well, I did have a book, but I wanted her to sign. I did buy one of her books, but I wanted her to sign the piece of quilt, a piece of wool. And I had a pen, and she said, oh, here, let me get this pen out. And she dug around in her purse, and she said, this one might work better on fabric. And she signed that piece of wool for me. So I did meet her at one of the shows, and she signed a piece of wool. And I have it up in Madison. But this one is an Enchantress of Numbers. And this is the only legitimate child of Lord Byron. the most brilliant, revered, and scandalous of the Romantic poets. Ada, ADA, was destined from fame from the moment she was born, but her mathematician mother, estranged from Ada's infamous and destructively passionate father, is determined to save her only child from her perilous Byron heritage. So I can't wait to read this one too. I enjoy her books. They're fun to read. They're not hard to read, and you very quickly get into the story. Now I could find this switchboard soldier, the one lady, Grace Banker, that it refers to in here. I could find her on Wiki, and I found her photograph on public domain, and I did sketch her. I'm not going to get out my big book because I have too many things on my desk. But I did find her, and I sketched her, but I couldn't find the other ladies in here. But she served under General Pershing, John J. Pershing, and General John Pershing. She served under him in France in June of 1917, General John Pershing arrived in France to establish the American forces in Europe, but the communications with the Allied commanders and troops in the field were perilously unreliable. He needed operators who could swiftly and accurately connect multiple calls, speak fluent French and English, and remain steady under fire, and provide absolute secrecy when conveying classified military information. And so this book is all about that and the different operators and the things they faced. And they also faced, I believe it was it the Spanish flu? She kind of talks about that in here, that Spanish flu in 1918. So I'm not sure, she's referred to it a couple times, and I'm not sure if it's going to get worse in the last chapter or not. But I know that Grace Banker survived because I found her picture. The other ladies that she refers to in here, I haven't found any definite information about them online. So they're fun reads. Hi, Angie Brown. Welcome, welcome. Arlene says, I'll be lurking tonight. That's perfectly okay, Arlene. Good to see you. I hope that you had a really good Palm Sunday. Hi, Jacqueline. Welcome, welcome. Angie says, they don't want to be around me because I like to chat too much. Well, they had to be, those switchboard operators had to be very careful what they said, even to their comrades. They had to be very, very careful what they said because they were privy to a lot of information that came over the switchboard. Now I'm going to make a tassel. I'll have to thin these down a little, so I might have to tear some of these in. But let's see. I am going to do Janet Nash's. I also started a swap, and it's closed now. We have about 6 people swapping, so we're just doing one-on-one swap, 3 groups, one-on-one in Fib Diggity. And we're making tassels after being inspired by Janet Nash's. She did slow stitching on tassels. And I'm just choosing some pretty colors here. Maybe I'll get this yellow in here. That would be pretty. And I think I'll stop on that. I think I have enough there. I might include some, we'll just hold these back for a bit because I want to show you something else here. I have here, let me show you. I'll put these up here. Whew, it's warm in here. I don't think my brother's turned the furnace off yet, and it's warm. I'm going to ask him. Well, I think we're going to get a cold front coming down. I was watching Ryan Hall, and a cold front is coming down through, I think, Wyoming and Colorado, and then it's going to swoop and turn and go this way. And we're going to get a little of it. We'll probably get poem end of it here, of the cold front. But in the meantime, there's a hot front coming up south. And you know what what happens when the cold front meets it? Yeah, well, it's Arkansas, Iowa, I think, maybe a little bit of Minnesota, Michigan, those. And I don't know if it's going to travel over much further south. I think it's going to go this way, but we're the far eastern edge of Nebraska might get a little of the weather, but we're kind of in the central part, so I think we're okay, except it's going to get cold. It's going to get colder than 71. I think spring is here, but okay, let me get out what I want to show you here. I might have to zoom out. I have here, now, let me get it, a towel. Let me zoom out. Uh-oh. Check your charger connection. I don't think, well, it is charging, but it's charging very slow. Yeah. I might have to change phones here in a little bit. I have to watch if this phone runs out of energy, I might have to switch over to my other phone. I have here some crocheted, and these are crocheted. These are what they call filet crochet. Now, I got these on eBay with some tatting thread. And I don't have the tatting thread out, but she sold a whole lot, a lot of items. It is a lot, but it's also, it came in a lot, in a group. So I washed these, and that's why they're on a towel, because that's how I dried them. And I thought maybe some of these trims I could put on the tassel. Now I'm only making one tassel for the swap, for my swap partner. So maybe some of these trims are very pretty. I don't know if this is hand tatted, because I have more than one piece of this. So I can include it on the tassel and still keep something for me. So I'm going to put those aside. These pieces I can't put on the tassel without destroying them. This looks like it was hand done, but it even when it wasn't washed, it can be pressed out, but it's also done very tight. It's done very tight. It's a very pretty doily, but it's not tatted. This is crocheted. Very, very pretty. And you can tell it's stopped right here. This edging here is coming off. But these are filet crochet. Now, I don't think I can put these. This is discolored, but you gotta expect that when you get older pieces like this. But isn't this pretty? Look at this. And I'm pretty sure this is all hand done. This is filet crochet. This is not tatting. But I'll probably use this. I might even use it in one of my Stitch With Me 2023 pieces. We'll see. And this is more filet crochet. All of this, they call it filet, F-I-L-E-T crochet. They used it to make, well, this probably went on an edge of like a dress or scarf or something. See, it looks like it might have done, it's all hemmed off here in a corner. This looks like it went into a corner. All of these look like corner pieces. So it might have been taken off of a corner piece. So I certainly have enough of them. But that's okay. This is another trim. Let's put this one under like that. And here's another piece. And here, I know this is tatted. This is tatted. Isn't that pretty? And it's tatted. Well, this is a fairly thick thread, though. This is not a thin and dainty thread. These other threads are pretty tiny. And it looks like they had it it looks like there's a thread running through the piece here to where they had attached it something with a thread that ran across. It's joined. It's joined. The tats are joined every now and then, but they have this thread that looks like they might have tried to attach it to a piece of fabric. Maybe a pillowcase or a dresser scarf or something. Here's another crocheted piece. Here's a doily. So the doilies, and this is crocheted. This looks like the beginning of one of these. And this is pretty. Isn't this pretty? Not pretty? They used, this is crochet. This is not filet crochet, but it's got kind of like a little fan. And it looks like they used variegated thread there. A little variegated. But what I'm after are pieces that I can, these pieces that I can put in my tassel. And we'll just separate these out. And I'll put these away. Let's hold these out. I'm going to build a tassel. And so I'll deal with this later after the stream. Find a good place to put those. I also have, let me put this behind me. I also have some of my own tatting. Now, this is what I've been putting my tatting into, but it's growing. It's growing. I've also got these knitting needles were just around the house here. I think my brother's significant other purchased them. And I was explaining to my brother, I had purchased some, let me get them out here because they're down at the bottom. I had purchased some upholstery needles. They were very sharp though. And I was asking him if he could file them down. And we found that it wasn't a file. His file was downstairs in the basement. He didn't want to go get it. But he found a hone. And we were able to get these filed down enough for me to use them without scratching myself. But, oh, and these are crochet hooks. There's another. But the thing about using, that's another crochet hook. The thing about using upholstery needles to tat with is that the real tatting needles like this, and I'm not sure you can see. Let me hold it up. Let me hold it up just because I know you're interested. Oh, on the upholstery needles, right at the eye here, the needle gets wider right in there. On the tatting needle at the eye, it's pretty thin. And you can tat with an upholstery needle, but when you pull your thread down your needle, you have a little bit of a harder time getting it off this side of your needle. You kind of have to play with it to get it off. And that's okay. What I wanted these for is because, that's a crochet hook. They have such, I don't really want them for the length, but they have big eyes. And when I crochet, when I tat with a yarn, a thin yarn, it's easier to put it through a larger eye than something like this, which is a number 3, which is one of the wider ones. Now you can get larger eyed tatting needles, but I haven't yet. So there's my lesson on tatting needles. I'm not going to tat tonight. I'm just digging through my bag here to get some of my own tatting. I'll show you this piece that I just started this morning, and it is number 60 thread. Let me get the hanging threads off of it. which is a very, very fine, thin thread. And I would advise you, if you're a learner tatter, a beginner tatter, which I am, don't try to go from a flower or a butterfly on this until you've made several rings and chains using the fine thread. This is, I did not get this closed entirely, you can see. And no matter how I tried, it's not closing for me. So it'll be one of my oopsies. And I'll just continue trying to, and this is a number 3 tatting needle, which you can hardly see the eye there. Well, it's blurred, but you can hardly see the eye on that. So if you're a beginner like me, and you're just learning to handle fine thread, 60, 70, 80 weight thread, start making rings and chains. And learn how to do the rings and chains on a fine thread before you attempt anything like butterflies. And I've been making butterflies today. This I call my, and I finally quit on it. And you can see, this is a much wider thread, a much thicker thread. It's actually this, but no, this isn't what I thought it was. This is just chains and rings, but it's a much wider thread. And I was just practicing making a line of chains and rings. I might hold that one out. Here's the butterfly that I showed on my community tab this morning or yesterday morning. And this was a specialty thread that has a twist in it. And it's a very textural thread when you tap with it. So this butterfly has a lot of texture to the thread. But I like him. He'll go into one of my journals. I don't see my other butterflies. I made butterflies this morning. This is what I thought that other was. I call this my meandering motif. I finally had to quit on it because I was just doing ring. This is a ring here, and this is a chain. The long lines are chains. And I'm not proud of it. It's not beautiful. But I was just, when I finished with one, I tried another one, and then I just kept meandering around. It kind of looks like it could be an angel wing, doesn't it? It could be an angel wing, but it won't. It'll go in my journal. I call it and there are a lot of mistakes in it. They're like this is completely over. This is not good here. But it's okay. I mean, it's nothing I would brag about. But this will go in my tatting journal. I was looking for some things I could put on. I probably take this off of or put this on there, on my tassel that I'm going to make. I'm going to put a few of these on my tassel. This I was trying to put 2 chains together here. I want that for my tatting journal too. Let's see what else I have in here. I've got other things. I think I have some things in my tatting journal that aren't put down yet. Here's one I can put on this one or this one. This one might be a good length. And maybe this white one. Let's see what I have here. This is just well, that's not a good one though. Find some good ones here. Some of these are my beginning ones. That one's okay. This blue ones are good too. Here's one I can put in on that tassel. It's just a chain. I'm just looking for something I can put on the tassels. Here's a blue. This one I can give to her. Okay. And what's this? Is this a blue butterfly? No, that's just a yeah. Here's one of my first butterflies. He's pretty rough, but he came out pretty good. I don't know what happened to my other two butterflies. They were here. I had two that I made this morning. Let me put these back. I'll find them. They might be on the other side of this. No. Let me put all this stuff back. So I want to create that tassel, and I might put some of this in there. And I know some of you tat and some of you don't. That's okay. I'm having a lot of fun learning. I think learning a new skill is something I like doing. I've taken up a real interest in this needle tatting. But I have a lot to learn yet. And I might keep that out for the tassel. And I lost the little runner that came off of this. I'm eventually going to put this in another bag. So, oh, I lost chat here. I lost chat. Let me come back into chat. Hold the phone. Let me put this behind me. All right, hold on. Let's see who's in here. Is that Lori? Hi, Lori Loves Montana. Oh, it's very good to see you. I haven't seen you in the coon's age. How old do coons get? They must get pretty old because I haven't seen you for a long time. Oh, it's good to see you, Lori. Thanks for popping in. And thank you. Hi, Trish. Trish says, I'm crafting and listening. Okie dokie. Hi, Mina. And a big blanket hi to everyone, Mina says. Hi, Joyce. It's good to see you. Sherry says, I'll be back. I've got to run to the store. Joyce says, I'm crocheting too. Oh, cool, Joyce. What are you making? Jacqueline says, I'm crocheting and lurking too. Okay. Angie said, I came in chat and they stopped talking. Aw, Angie. Oh, Pooey, we like you, Angie. You come back. Don't you go take a nap. You need to sleep tonight. All right, I think I'm caught up with everybody. Nashwan, Arlene, and Sherry Van. Oh, there's Arlene. She says it's time for her Bible study. See you all after a while. Okay, have a good Bible study, Arlene. It is Sunday evening. This is Palm Sunday. All right. So I have tassels and silks and, well, I call them silks. They're probably different. And some threads here. We're going to make a tassel. I also have here some buttons and some fabric. So we're going to kind of do Janet Nash's slow stitching motif. Now I might get some plain fabric too. Let's see what I have in here. I've got rusty bobby pins, but these are mostly buttons. I've got some other things stuck in here. I think I was making clusters. But I got threads to help me put it together. Let's see, we can put buttons on there too as we decorate it. Here, isn't this a cool button? That'll go on there cool someplace. I've got a young man and his dog. We got a domino. We could even use stuff like this. And some Tim Holtz ephemera there. Those are the chipboard pieces. Here's a silver button. That'll show up nice. So we'll come back to the buttons. Well, I'm going to sew. I'm just showing you some things I'm going to put on. We'll sew all the embellishments on after we make the tassel. So this is going to be, I have my other tassels that I made that need to be sent out. I haven't forgotten you. Those of you who want a tassel, I haven't forgotten you. I just haven't been to the mailbox. So I don't think I want these so wide, and I'm wondering if I can cut them. I'm wondering if I can cut. Let's see. I could probably do a trifold. Ooh, isn't that pretty? Ooh, that would make a, let's see. See, I want something more like this. Oh, let's see what happens here. Let's just work with this one first. And I need my scissors, which, did I put them back? So I'm just kind of try to, and it'll be, you know, this is going to be a tassel, so I'm not going to worry too much about it being too pretty. And I don't think I can tear this. This is not a, it looks like it's been stitched here. Maybe we can save that. It's been stitched all the way down here. That's kind of cool, isn't it? That will make a nice tassel piece. Let's just, my fabric scissors, of course, are out by the sewing machine. I think both the long, I have a pair of fabric scissors. Sue sent me these. These are Westcott. And there's a longer one, a fabric scissors that fits this size. And then Deborah Brown, bless her heart, she's passed away, but she sent me a long pair of Tim Holtz. And they're both out by my, sewing machine, which I haven't touched all weekend. I'll tell you that my time just flies anymore. I've been working on that list though. Hi, Carla. Oh, it's good to see you. I am using my sewing machine. Yes, Lori. I haven't used it in a few weeks though. I have to tell you, that sewing machine is sitting in a spot where I'm going to have to find a better place to put it, because I can use it in the morning, but my body isn't, after I stream, I need a nap. And I can use it a little in the early afternoon, but the sun, we don't have blinds on our, well, we have blinds, but if I try to close them, the hooks will all fall off of the drapes, and we just leave them open. And at night, it doesn't matter because the lights aren't on in that room anyway. But the sun shines in right where the sewing machine is, and I can't see to do a darn thing because it's so bright. But it's the only spot, other than out in the kitchen, where, and I'm not sure about sewing out there because I can't leave my machine up. It's the only spot where I can plug my machine directly into the wall. And they tell you in their directions not to put it onto an extension cord. Now, I don't know, those ladies that go to all these conventions, I think they put their machines on extension cords. But I don't know. The book says not to plug your machine into an extension cord, to plug it into the wall. So I don't know. Now, see, I want this definitely. But I like all of these. Now I need a piece of cardboard, and I had one out, but goodness knows what I did with it. So let's see if I can't find something here. I thought I had a piece of masonite that I got from Johnny as a, here, this. Let me put all this stuff back before I drop everything. Okay. It's good to see you, Carla. Hello, hello, hello. You use yours with an extension cord, Lori? I might get brave because I can't use that machine except for early in the morning and I'm tired. So my tassel is going to be fairly long, but after I cut it and trim it down a little, it won't be so long. And on these pieces, it doesn't matter. I'm going to have to use one of them as a, maybe I'll take and move this up a little. I don't want it up. Let's start at the other end. Yeah, that works better. Maybe not so much. I'm getting it worked out here. Hold on. Here. So after I cut this, you know, I'll be trimming it off. So, and after I stitch it, that's probably about the right size. But on all of these, I'm not going to be able to wrap so much around, maybe one or two wraps. Let's see, I think this is the longest side. No, I think this is the longest side over here. So just let me cut this. I wonder if I can double this. And maybe even quarter it when I cut it here, because these don't have to be beautiful trimmy trims. Hold it. Let me put this out of the way. And let's just cut here. See what I get. And these were just pieces that, gosh, I think I got that whole bag of them from Johnny, and I got several bags. I just don't have them out. From Johnny, and I think I paid $3.50 a piece for them. And even if you bought this at the dollar store as scarves, you're paying $1.25 for a scarf. And if you wanted several scarves, you could go up to $6 or $7 pretty fast. I don't know if I'm going to whack that off at the wrong spot or not here. Let me cut this. See what I whacked off at the wrong, no. So I should have, this is the bottom here. So if I start here, this is the bottom, and wrap around. I don't get all the way around, but let's see if I can start a little shorter, because I'll be trimming this down. This wooden piece is just a little bit taller than what I really want. I wonder if I have a piece of cardboard might work better. This is just a little bit taller. Let me look here. I have all sorts of cardboard. It's just buried, that's all. Where's that nailer I was using? I'm digging. use for trims. If you did, you're fine. But where's my cardboard? I want a piece of cardboard. Oh, the phone. Surely there's something behind me. Surely there's something. Mary's looking frantically, hoping not to spill anything. Oh, look, I have this. Don't tempt me to make envelopes, but I have this, which is shorter. Let's just pull the envelopes out of here, and I'll put them in a safe spot. I think this is too tall for my trims. I'm going to take them off of here and put that back where it belongs. And we're going to cut this box up. What have you been sewing, Lori? Have you been sewing recently? I suppose they put that in the instructions as a way to, if something happens, it's your fault, you know. And if you need your warranty voided, they say, did you use an extension cord? Yes. You shouldn't have used an extension cord. We can't honor the warranty because you used an extension cord. See, I go through that scenario. We're gonna use one of these as a tassel maker here. I think this one's in a little bit better shape. Yeah. Do you think I could save that for another day? I don't know. I know I cut that box up entirely, that hefty box. I remember I used it to make holes in cardboard buttons. All right, this might be better. It's a little shorter. Throw these pieces away. Joyce says, hi, Lori. It's nice that we got two Loris in here. We got Lori Loves Montana and Pink Girly Lori. Now, speaking of tatting, you should have seen what Lori showed us in that chatty group the other day. She is putting tatting on the edge of her Timmy Holtz junk journal that she's making. Have you showed that online, Lori, other than to us? It deserves to be seen. It deserves to be seen. Meri says, Lori, I'm making a tassel in the same vein as Janet Nash tassel. Now, see, I'm probably going to get one out of this. But if I cut, I probably get two. Let me move this out of the way. I'm thirsty. I ate Cheetos this afternoon. Made me thirsty. I've been enjoying these apples. Cold apples, and then I slice them into wedges, and I just eat them like that. But they're nice eating apples, and I've been enjoying them. I've only got a couple left. I'm going to have to get me some more. Lori Light Bulb. I love how you come up with those names. Montana girl. And I'm just kind of whacking away at these. They'll make a nice tassel though. And that's what these are meant for, slow stitching and tassel making. And Whoops, I didn't get that quite off. And can I go for one more piece? I think I can. See, if I do this stuff in front of you, I get it done. It's getting it mailed out. That's the story. Now we've used that one. And we've used this one. And we used the blue one. I don't know what I did with the blue one. We'll set these. Oh, I put it over here. Although I think I want another blue one because I love this gold edge on it. And there's a lot to that. This is the one I folded in fourths. See if I can do that again. And we'll cut it from the skinny side over here. And it won't be, you know, nice and even. It'll be uneven. Let's see what I get here. My glasses are slipping down my nose. I noticed Becky slipped down her nose the other day when she was streaming. I'm going, I guess she has that problem too. I think she just kind of unconsciously pushed them back up, but I noticed that. I'm going, slipping down the glasses. Eyeglasses are slipping down her nose just like mine. And this is getting kind of wide over here. It's the, which one is it? It's the last one. Line it back up. I don't know how this is going to turn out. We'll see. I'm just whacking away at it here. Yeah. A little thin there. It's not ironed. That's going to come off. Maybe I'll make a piece with that. Stitch it back on someplace. Yeah, it all came. I didn't do such a good job of this. And it got too wide down here. I would have done better if I would have done it separately. See if I can cut this in half. This is where it was getting too wide. And you'll think this was all done on purpose when you see the tassel. Oops. I don't know. I'll find the end of it there. Softly wide up here, but maybe it'll just fill things out. Be something I can attach an embellishment on. Whoops. Got to be an end to this sometime. It's way up here. This is just a whack job. It's getting a whack job. It's pretty hard to cut this flimsy material. And it won't tear. I don't know if some of that will hold. I might have to tear it anyway. It's awfully thin there. But I'm almost to the end. I'm almost to the end here. All right, we'll see what happens with this. I'm just going to lay it here. And this is the green. And those are, is that part of the gold? This came off. I might save that for, I might use it for embellishing. Here's another green. Whoops. Let me just pile it on there. I'll come back to that. Oh, let's see what I can get. Did I already cut off of this? I think I did, but I'm going to cut more. It's a very pretty piece. Let's see if I can do a better job of this. Let's just roll it and see if I can just even out the edges here. And one more time. We'll see what I get. It's easier than cutting a big long strip of it. Should have done this with the blue. One more. I might be able to do two more. And we'll see what I have. This last one might be. Yeah. Last one is not so great. We'll save that for embellishment someplace. All right. So we got several here. But I'm going to mix them up. So I've got yellows. I'm going to take all these off again. Separate them into color. I've got yellows. And that's all scrap. Or was it blue, greens? I don't have a whole lot of greens. Green, green, green. I thought I had more of this. Thought I had more of this. Let's try. Well, that's kind of like that yellow. Oh. Let's look at this again. I think I got more blue here than what I'm accounting for. Blue. Okay, wait. I'm going to put that with the yellow, and let's see what I have here. I think I can get another green in there. We got this orangey green. Ooh, this might be pretty. Let's try that one. We've also got this one, which is pretty. This was looks like it's tied there, though. That is pretty, but that's got all that blue in it. Here's some more of that green. That green. This I'm putting back. All right, let's see what I have here. Let's try making some out of this. And I'm going to roll it up like I did that yellow. It seems to work better. Only I need to... Do I need to zoom out any? Can you guys see what I'm doing fine? Let me refresh my chat. Trish says, I love apples and hummus. Sounds good, Trish. Cher says, I'm back from the store with my new mop and I'm not excited. Aw, Sherry. Joy says, it's good to see Lori. Lori Pink Girlie says, hey, hey, hey. Lori said, Larry Montana said she used her machine with extension cord. And Carla's out there. It's good to see Carla Farrington. She doesn't often get into lives, but it's good to have her pop in tonight and even say hello. I'm just going to this is kind of big, but I'm going to let's see, I need to get the edges, though, straight enough. Let me straighten out the edge, at least one edge. The edge I'm going to start with. Straight. Enough so that when I cut it, it makes a narrow strip. Once more. Boy, that's a lot to cut through, but I think these scissors can do it. What did I do with the scissors? Oh, where are my scissors? Here, way over here. Lori said, don't use an extension cord, Mary. Go better safe than sorry. Oh. Well, I need to find a good place to put it, or better lighting if I have to put it in a darker corner. I like the natural light from the window, but it gets too bright after a certain point in the day, after mid-morning. And I can't see to thread the needle because the sun is in my eye. These are going to make some nice strips here. And I don't know if I need any more, because these are fairly long. I'll do one more. These are fairly long strips. And I'm going to put some of that. I'm going to stop there. All right, let's get my board out. I'm going to start with the dark blue. And maybe one of these that, well, some of these aren't usable because they're, well, I guess I can use them. They're pretty thin here, though. I don't know. We'll see. Put that one on. And this one's too short. Here, we'll start with this one. Because some of these, it's going to be, it doesn't have to be beautiful. Now I wanted to go, where's that one that had that beautiful gold at the edge, though? I'm missing one. Here. We'll start with this one, though, because it'll be on the inside. But, man, I don't want that gold to, I want that gold to show on the edge. This gold here. I want that to show, even if it's on the inside. Get off of there. So we'll wrap it like this. And that probably will have to be trimmed off. And I don't mind doing that. It'll just, because I got a lot of that. And let's do this other gold. Let's put this other gold here. And let it show down there. And I want to pull this down a little further. And what happened to it? Put it like this. And then let's do one of these. And let's do the yellow. Yellow I can only get two. Well, I guess maybe I can get a third one on there, but it will be close. Yeah, I guess I can. This one, no, I don't know. It's going to be a little smaller. I'll have to trim them anyway, but yeah, I don't know. I think I'll just make two because I'll just let it hang. I'll trim this. This will all be trimmed. Let's put another yellow one on there. I'm just going to let the yellow ones hang. And let's put another one of these. And this will all be stitched together up here. And let's do a green one. The green ones I'm going to have to let hang too because they're not enough to go around. And let's take the last two. Well, no, let's leave it like that. I want to put some of this on it. I want to put some thread. If I can get that off of there. Now I got my needle in there. I'm going to put that in my lap. If I can keep all of this on here. This is going to be a nice fluffy tassel. My swap partner will probably have to hang it on a doorknob or something. I don't think it'll be probably too thick for a journal, unless you like a thick journal. And let's put another one of these. Let's put the yellow one, or the green side on first. And I'm going to put slow stitching on here too, remember that. So it will probably have to be something that hangs on a doorknob or on an edge or something. I'm just going to let these yellow ones hang down. Where did it start at? It's here. Because it's too long to get three out of. And I got plenty of this. And I got one more green one here. No, I do here. And we got one more of these. And I think I'll call it quits because it's going to be nice and fluffy. Let's cut this thread off. Use my needle. Put that over here. That's all right. So now I need to stitch it together. And I thought I had thread. I have this, and I have some in here. Ooh, this pretty lavender would look nice, wouldn't it? Let's use that. And Penelope, where did you go? Did I bury Penelope? What did I do with Penelope? She's got all my needles. She says, I'm way up here, Mary. I hit her. She's got a big, thick needle, Penelope. At your service, she says. So, I'm going to need a lot of thread off of here because I'm going to stitch it here and then I'm going to make a wrap. So let's just, move my scissors out of the way. I don't know how much I'll need. We're going to quit here in a minute. We'll call it that. And if I need more, I'll use more. Some of this would have been pretty on here too, but I don't want to get too much on it. All right. I'm going to leave that in sort of a pile. Hopefully it won't tangle too much. Thread my needle here. And we're going to go through underneath here. Underneath, and we're going to pull all of this through. I'm going to leave a considerably long tail there. And then I'm going to tie it here. Up here. Now this needs to be centered a little bit more up at the top. Tie it tight. And it's all going to even out in the end anyway. Let's give it another tie. Like that. Now, some of this that I only put through looped over, like those yellow ones, I think I want to go in with my needle and kind of see if I can't go through some of these, because I don't want them to fall out. So let me, without tangling up all my thread, let me put that aside, and I don't want all this to tangle up. It's kind of a slow process, but these greens and yellows, I kind of run a thread through them so that they don't try to fall out of the thread loop that we have here. And you know, this thread will catch on anything on your desk. In fact, I don't need this anymore. It's already caught on it. Let me move that out of the way. Move my scissors, my ink pens, and the barrel up here if I can. And some paint brushes there. Hold on. My little metal cups are full up here. All right. Let me finish pulling this through. And then take my thread, and I don't want it to tangle, so I kind of, yeah, it's caught on a pin over here. Shake it loose. Shake it loose. If you shake the tangles, they generally will shake loose if they're not too bad. And let's go back through some of these. Ouch. And this is scarf material, so it's pretty thin. But I just want to catch these so that they won't pull out. I think I caught most of them. Let's see what I got here in a minute. Make sure you get all the loops pulled tight without pulling any of the threads through it. There we go. Now, if I kind of gently pull on these, well, that one's, see, that one I can pull out completely, but it can't pull too much because that's caught there, but this one is not. So I'm going to come back in with my needle again. Let's see which other ones. This yellow one should, well, I guess it's good to pull on it anyway. Make sure that these are in there good. This one's not in there. I don't want to be able to pull on them and pull them out of the tassel. So let me go through this again. Go through those. And if you have a long thread, if you just go slow, make sure that you have your tangles out as much as you can. And sometimes if you get your thread in between, your hand in between the loops of the thread, you can kind of prevent it from tangling. Too bad. Just pulling it through. Whoops. I think I still have to go through that yellow one. And it's these yellow ones here down below. Come through that. I think I got a loop here unintentionally, but I'll snip it. I'm going to snip this off a little. That might be a little short, but I'll be snipping it right about there. Now let's see what I have. They seem pretty sturdy. All right, now I can take my thread and I want to go through this again before I pull it off. I just kind of want to wrap it in there. Pull it tight. All right. Now let me tie a knot here. Up at the top. There we go. Maybe one more. I want it nice and secure. Okay, now I'm going to take it off of the cardboard. Whee! It's a nice fat tassel, but it'll, after I trim it, let's get the cardboard out of the way. I want my string out over here. Squeeze this together as much as I can here. Make me a little twisty twist, maybe. And take my thread and start wrapping it around. Let's pull this down a little more. Which one is it? This one? Which one is it? I'm missing it. This one. There. All right, I'm going to tie a knot. My finger in there. There. Now I don't trust just one knot. I'm going to tie another one. We have another thread hanging off of the end here someplace. Let me get the loop out of the way of it. There's my loop. The other thread is here. Get it out of the way. It's nice and twisty. And a nice twisty loop there. I can get that straightened out a little. There we go. Now, I think I'll take my thread and put it inside and come up the center of the tassel if I can. I mean, my needle, but it's going to be a, and there it goes. And I want it up a little further. Right in there. And pull that up, 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 up. There we go. Now, I'm not quite ready to trim it yet. There's some loops in there that need to be cut, and some of these longer pieces. I think I've got them secure enough. Oh. I want to be able to pull on them and know that they can't pull out these yellow and green pieces like this. And those are all my threads, which should go more like that. I didn't put a lot of thread in there. Get them over there. Get over there. All right. So what I want to do, I think, what did I do with all my little tatty pieces? We've got trims that we're going to put on there, but I have a piece of my own tatting. And I could use the blue for a hanger, or I could use this. And I think this would be pretty to make this as a hanger. And stitch it on there, and it could hang like, because it kind of goes with that the bright colors, and it kind of goes with the threads that are in here. So, and we'll put this on as embellishment. I've got some embellishments over here I'm going to put on there. What time is it? 7:30. Who's out there? Let me refresh my chat and say hello to everybody. Angie's here. Beck, go over and undo his light. Let's see. Chris is here. Hi, Chris. She was here. Chris is from Mexico. She does beautiful art. I love your art, Chris, that you post. And I've noticed Chris has been coming on live on Sunday mornings. If I can't remember exactly. I see her around 6 o'clock, but I don't know if she comes on live any earlier than that. I need to get with her, and I know I asked her once, but I missed her answer. If you're out there, Chris, let us know when you've been going live on Sunday mornings. Angie's here. Lori says, hi, Angie's. Angie said, my hair is turning gray fast in this house. Beck, just go over and undo his light. You love those fabrics. Aren't these pretty? These came from Johnny at Junk Journal Shop. She was doing a stash sale. She gets, every now and then, she unloads a lot of stuff that she doesn't use in her projects or in her kits. And so she has a stash sale. And she was selling, she may even have packages left. I don't know. You might check her but she was selling packages like this, stuffed full of this type of fabric in pieces like this. Now I bought some reds that she had, some that were in Ziploc, or the acrylic, the bags too. So not all of them were in the canvas bags. I'm going to put this back in here, but it's just stuffed, and I paid $3.50 for it, and I thought that was a pretty good price for what we use things for around here. And they make nice tassels, don't they? And then I think this will go real nice. Now I don't think this is. I've got a loop here somehow. This isn't right in here. And I probably stitched it in wrong. Oh, it's going to come down. It'll be okay. I just had it twisted when I twisted it. So now what I want to do is figure out, I think I'll stitch these together. These are this is tatted, a tatted piece. And this is pretty easy to do. This is just ring and chain. Ring and chain, ring and chain, ring and chain. And some of it's kind of twisty here. I'm learning, but in a tassel, in a hanger, you aren't gonna sit there and go, oh, that's twisty. But I got my 2 threads. I have both my ball thread that I cut off and my needle thread. So let me unthread this lavender thread and thread the lavender that I used on my tassel. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch these 2 ends together to make a loop. And I don't think I'll stitch them at the picots. The picots are, well, there's just 3 picots on these. I did not, I have one here, one at the top, and one at the right. But I don't think I'm going to stitch this. I'll match them up, but I'm not going to stitch them there. I'm going to stitch them down here at the base and maybe around the base. I could even stitch them around the ring because it's kind of flimsy for just like that. It would look nice, but so what I want to do is thread my needle. Let's get my tassel out of the way. We're just going to work with this. And we'll take the top, well, they're both on the bottom, so it doesn't matter. Take one of the threads and hopefully I can get it through my needle. And almost. Hold it still, Meri. Grab onto it. All right. Of course, I got it. There. So these picots are 2 of them here. One is on the top one and one is on the bottom. And of course, I've got the top. I'm just going to come in here. And I think I'll just kind of whip stitch these together. Through the top of these double stitches when you're tatting. I don't know if you could see it if you saw it close up, but the very top of the double stitch, they call them caps. They're little horizontal stitches right at the top of the tatted crochet stitch. And I'm going to stitch those together. I'm going to leave the picots alone. I'll just let them be their own pretty little selves. But I'm going through the picot like that. And then I'm just kind of working around these tatted. I want to make a hanger for this tassel. Now I have a bead there, that horizontal bead. I don't know if that'll be too much at the top. It would have to go this way anyway. Wonder if I've got another bead in that box. I'm looking on my tray over here for another bead. Ooh, ooh, I have a wooden bead. And I have another, this is not wooden. This is kind of a ceramic. This one's shiny. What else do I have over here? Buttons. No, I don't see any more beads. Oh, I have. Oh, I dropped it. I don't know where it went. It was a button anyway. I'm looking. Yeah, it's in here someplace. I have this one, which could be an embellishment. It's a button too. The two little holes are in there. And I've got an anchor, which was an earring. It's an anchor. And this just is what on the tray on my desk. I've got some of these. They're not all, they're flat backs. This one I might be able to use. It's an earring though. It's a flat back. I'd have to glue it on. These are all flat backs. Let me look in that box and see what I have. So far I'm leaning toward, well, I like the size of this one, but I like this one because it's nice and shiny. Keep that out. Let's see what I've got in here. Besides, oh, here's a playing card we can put on there. A domino and a playing card. There's another silver button. I got mostly buttons in here. Not very many beads. I think this was a bag of buttons that Keisha sold. That's a pretty button though. I don't think you can see it. It's black, but it would look pretty on there. I'm going to keep that out. Got a cloth button. Got a V-shaped that looks like it was glued onto something. These are all buttons in here. I don't see any more. That one might be able to be used. I'm looking. There's a shank button. They're all dark. Mostly dark. Here's a silvery one. Shank one. And here's another black cloth one. A lot of black buttons here. There's a number 23 or 37, I guess it is. The little gray button. So shank. The silvery ones I think will look nice. All right, I'm going to stop there. I get sidetracked. I get sidetracked looking through this stuff. Wait, though. Let's see what I have in here. This is all. These were things that I was doing for clusters. Clusters that I was making. I think these are clusters. I think I tucked them all in here. What's that? What's this? We can use that. Is that a piece of lace? Wait, let's see what's this is. Oh, no, I used it on this. These I was making clusters. This looks like a part of a gnome. I was going to make a little gnome out of this one, and I got sidetracked, it looked like. Oh, well. Let's put that away. Wait, I got another bag here. Oh, this is the, what's in here? This is gold trim. Oh, this is some leaf trim. It might be nice stitched on there someplace. I got this one out of Johnny's nature box. Let's pull this out. We might use some of that on there somewhere. Oh, and we got another tag. You don't have to use cloth on there. This says number 6530-1420. This is an embellished, going to be an embellished tassel. And then I have this bag. Oh, we went through that. These are threads, a ring of threads. I don't know if I'll use any of those. I got more, but we'll stop with that for now. Let's finish what I'm doing. Let me refresh chat again. I get sidetracked with everything. Angie says, I think everybody's taking Angie naps. Well, you know they do on Sunday nights and Sunday mornings, and I don't mind people taking Angie naps. Hi, Kellyanne. It's good to see you. Kellyanne says, I'm crocheting and listening. Yeah, several people are working on projects. Let's see, Becky peeked in here, didn't she? Let's see. Let me see. I didn't say hello to Becky. Let me go up here. Barb Fillion peeked in. If you're out there listening, Barb, hello. Becky, there's Lori. Let me go up here to where Lori said, don't use an extension cord, Mary Gold. It's better safe than sorry. And then Becky said, hello. And Lori said, if you use one with a surge protector, you would be fine. They have a thick cord and strip, and you can plug in to more than one. Yeah, I have surge protectors. I use surge protectors even when I charge my phone. But it wouldn't hurt to get me another one for to keep with my sewing machine. I might do that. And I'll have to find another place to put that sewing machine because I don't do much because the light hurts my eyes after the morning is over with. All right, I'm going to knot this here. Just put a little knot in it. And I want this to go as a hanger, but I've been thinking that I would put oh, of course, I've got threads hanging here on here, but would the wooden one or the plastic one? I like the plastic one, but he's kind of big and he's roly-poly. What do you guys think? The larger plastic one, which is shiny, nice and shiny, and the wooden one, which is smaller, but it's more of a mat. Which bead should I use? Hi, Barb Fillion. Becky said, I have a surge protector that's made to use with tools. Okay, Becky, I'm going to have to look for another surge protector. I'll have to do that. I have to budget until the middle of the month till I get my check, but I need to do my postcards that I put together. I need to stitch those, but I'll do it in the morning. I'll put it on my list. Lori says hello to Becky. And she said, what's she doing? We're talking about whether to plug the sewing machine into a wall socket or an extension cord. And Lori's saying use a surge protector, and Becky said she has a surge protector. That's what we're talking about, Angie. Lori says hello to the gang, and Barb fill in. Angie says hello. I'm just reading back in chat. Becky said they are better, but light still gets in. I will do the other set when I can do more. Oh, Becky said, how did your curtains do last night? Becky, oh, Angie said, Becky, how did your curtains do last night? And Becky said, they are better, but light still gets in. I will do another set when I can get some more lining. Oh, Becky's lining, I think, her curtains. Angie said, my hair is turning gray too fast in this house. Lori said, I wouldn't have any fingertips left. I would poke through them with that big needle. Chris says hello to everybody. Chris said, oh, you go on at 8 a.m. Eastern on Sundays. Thank you, Chris. But I see you on at 6 a.m. Central, which would be 7 a.m. Eastern. So I'll just, maybe I don't see you. I'll have to watch. I thought you were on at 6 a.m. Sherry said, lovely fabric. I know about what time you go on, Chris. That's good. Becky said, I was cleaning up the kitchen and putting a load of towels over in the washer. All the lunch totes were in the laundry. I need to change out the litter boxes, but I'm so exhausted from mowing the lawn today. Oh, I should have gone outside today and picked up all those little branches around the yard. My brother hinted, but I was busy. I didn't go out today. And it's going to get cooler next week here. We're going to have a cold wave coming in. And I think we're going to miss the bad weather, but I think Arkansas, Iowa, it's going to go up north toward Illinois and Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, up that way, the storms. I think they're going to hit Arkansas down south. If you watch Ryan Hall, y'all, he's predicting some more weather for next week. Kellyanne's crocheting. They're saying hello to Chris and Becky. Hi, Brenda. Brenda says, I've been doing laundry and cooking. I made chicken teriyaki. Ooh, it smells good, and I haven't tasted it. I've never made it before. Poor Bo. I've been experimenting on his taste buds. He eats whatever I make. Oh, that's good. Mina says, I'm here. I'm watching and listening while I write a letter to a friend. I'm not napping, Angie. I'm not doing any Angie naps. The wooden one. And Mina says, I'm partial to the larger one. Who said the wooden one? Kellyanne said the wooden, and Mina said she's partial to the larger one. Now I can't decide. You guys are no help. Hi, Kathy Whitney. Welcome. Hi, Pearl. There's Pearl's Finds. Pearl's Finds. You guys, you want to watch Pearl and get on her email list when she does a sale. Pearl's Finds. She does wonderful, wonderful. It's good to see you pop in. Pearl, I'm making a tassel for a swap. There's Pearl's channel. Go over there. If you haven't found her yet, comment, like, share, subscribe. Get on her email list, and she emails whenever she's going to have a sale. And Pearl is, are you still selling those cigar boxes, Pearl? Pearl is selling cigar boxes, and I don't think you can find them any cheaper. $4, most of them. Maybe some of the nicer ones she charges a little bit more for. And I don't know, can you still get those wooden spools? Those might be all used up, but she says she still has a few cigar boxes left. Do you have any wooden spools left? Boy, I bought those. It's just like everything else. I got to grab it while I can. Well, I think, well, you know what? Well, the thread will go through, the needle will go through both of them. And I'm going to put both threads through it. I think I'm going to use the larger one. I like them both, to tell you the truth. The spools are history. Okay. Well, I kind of thought they would be, because, you know, they are vintage, and they're not all that easy to find. I'm going to temporarily, well, not temporarily, I'm going to sew this thread onto that smaller lavender thread, just to kind of hold that one. Then I'm going to go back and grab this other, because I had, one was a when I tatted, you have two threads. You have a thread coming off your needle, and you have a thread coming off your ball. And so when you cut your piece, you have two ends. You have a needle thread and a ball thread. So I already put one of the threads through. Now I'm going to put the other thread through, and that'll help hold that together. So let me thread this. And I'm going to have to work this thread down, though. So just let me, and you can, this needle's pretty thick, but you can hide your thread just like you do when you're stitching. These are double stitches, so the double stitches look like this on the needle. This is your needle here. And when you stitch, the double stitches come across like that on your needle. And so when you make your ring, you pull your thread through that tunnel, but you still have a little tunnel in here. So when you hide your threads, you can hide your threads again in those double stitches. Like right in here, these are double stitches in here. Now this is a pretty big needle. I don't know if I can, I'm not doing this to hide my thread. I'm doing this to travel my thread down to the base, because it's kind of up here at the top. Let's see if I can get this needle. This yarn is pretty thick, so, but the needle's pretty big too. Let's see if I can get my needle through those without too much trouble. I'm trying to go through the barrel of the stitches here, the double stitches. See what I'm doing. Yeah, there we go. It's almost there. Almost. Kind of peeking out down there at the end. Oops, I pulled it out. Hold on to it, Meri. Now I'll get it in there again. It's always hard to do this online, because you want to keep it under the camera, but you got to see what you're doing too. One more. Come on, one more. Don't fall out on me. No, that isn't in there. Get in there. There. So see, that needle is hid in the barrel of those double stitches, and you can't see it on the other side. It's in between. So let me pull that thread through. We're just traveling it down to the bottom, but you don't want it to knot up here. And then I want to go through the bead again down here, and I'll put it through the fabric. There we go. Now I can pull this off of the needle and tie these pink ones together. Now, I may have some charms I can hang off of these, so I'm going to let these hang. I'm not going to snip them off yet, because I might be able to find a couple charms or buttons or something to hang up at the top. So I've got this purple thread that I used to do the looping around there, and I've got these two pink threads here that I'm just gonna relax up at the top. But here's my tatted hanger. So this is, we're gonna put slow stitching on this or embellishment. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna cut this now. We're gonna trim all my tassels out. Sun came out, Kathy says. It was hailing. Oh my, it was hailing there? Oh, it's been one of those days that if you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes, Kathy says. We have that in Nebraska too. Although I don't think we can complain too much about bad weather here in Nebraska. We've been pretty fortunate. We did not have a bad winter. I think most of that bad weather went down south. Now, is this a loopy? This is looped. So I'm just going to kind of cut these one at a time just so I know what I'm getting here in. Some of these are loops and that's not a loop. This is a loop. The blue ones I think are loops and the threads are looped. Let's pull the thread down. That's the end of it. Hold on. Maybe I'll cut these separately. No, that's the end. Let's just pull it like that. I didn't put a lot of thread. On this. We'll do the other side. So we'll just, I'll cut that off too. And there's some more thread over here. And I'm just kind of pulling it that way to cut it. And some of this is looped and some of it isn't, because I didn't have enough to loop everything down at the bottom. You can kind of feel, these longer yellow pieces. They were too long. They're long now, but they were too short to make loops out of them. Do I have them all? No, I don't think I do yet. I think I got some blue ones down here that need attention. Or do I? Yeah. It's just easier for me to cut these after I've taken them off and made my tassel. Shake it out, and then I'll trim it off. Here's a... And I kind of comb it here. I can hopefully find any loops. I think I got them all. There's a loop. Do I have them all now? I think I do. And I don't want to, trying to keep my threads out of the way. I want to trim this. And there'll be some shorter ones, but I want to cut off at a halfway decent length here. Maybe right in here. And I never get these even all at once. Let's see what if I can cut here. This is where all right, let's just see what happens. Whee! Filling. Well, I didn't do such a great job. These fabrics are slippery sloped. They aren't going to all be even, but they'll be good enough. That's pretty good. There are some short ones here, but I want to leave them. That's the yellow one. I think that's pretty. There's one hanging out over here. Let's cut this one off. You don't want me to give you a haircut unless you want shaggy hair. I do pretty good with shags. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. And, you know, this could be filling. That could be filling for something. All right, so now we're ready to do some embellishing. So I've got this, which really could go on one of these toward the top. I have to decide what I want as my front and my back. And that will probably be depending on the colors. Now I like those greens, and on this side there's more yellow. Well, I think I'll put this in here, but I could put something in there before I put that on there. So this is where you get to play. Now this is a flat button with 4 holes in it. Let's see what I got. I got a shank button that's silver. No, but I've got these wooden, these are buttons. They got 2 little buttonholes in there. That's kind of pretty. I got the anchor. I've got this big round button, but it was obviously meant to button up a, this would go more on a journal, I think, to button up a journal. I don't know if I'm going to use that one. And then I've got this black button. And I've got I've got these larger black buttons that you can't see too well, but they'll look good on the tassel. And then I've got some wooden some cardboard ephemera. And I've got another little piece there. And I've got tatting. These are all embellishments that I can use. I've got a blue tatting here. One of my little blue triangle tats. Yeah, and I've got some of these trims that I got in that box of tatting, sack of tatting that I got. And it's you know, it's just very shaggy. This what I think was I think I could use this. It's not too well made though. I don't know if I'm going to. I'm going to set it aside. And I've got a chain, a blue chain. And another little strip. This came in, this is filet crochet. And I've got some pieces of this that I can use, which would look good on there, that I could just stitch, let it hang down. Whoops. Of course, I'm knocking things off on the floor. Let me pick that up. I might just work on this tassel tonight. I was going to do more than the tassel tonight, but now that I've got it out, I might as well finish it. Right? And these are just pieces that, there's another fillet piece. These are pieces that I didn't use, little snippets off of that didn't really get in the, I should put those back in the, or put them with the scraps. Let me put this one back in the bag. That one can go back in the bag. Hold on. And I could use this behind a button. This one's awful pretty. And here's some green. Here's a green clover. And a blue triangle piece. Then I've got, oops, I've got this. I don't know if this will really go on there. I don't really like this. I think it's the wrong color. Hold the file. I got to put my bobby pins away here. I've got some yellow tatting thread that I could use to stitch these on with. What else do I have here? I don't know about a wax seal or not. I'm afraid a wax seal might get hot. It's a pretty one. I think I'll save that back. I think I'm pretty well, I've got a number 90 here. What's this? I got a Google eye, some red thread. Oh, and then I got bits of this that I think is pretty. I can put behind a button or two. All right. So I got embellishments to do on here. Let me zip this bag up. It's over here. Can be tucked in there. And yeah, I think I'm done over there. And I don't know if you guys remember when I was showing you my haul from the other day when I went to that quote store. I had two silver bird cages. I might end up putting a bird cage up at the top here or in there. But I think for now I'm going to start with these two. And let's see, I think I want to put buttons in the center. And just do it pretty simple. Now, I don't know about that. I might want something behind that, maybe like a little piece of this behind it. I might trim that off a little. Just something to set it off. And maybe trim this a little. Just kind of sew that in there. So she said, so let's get out some more of that purple thread. Lavender. I get this stuff at the thrift store, or yeah, I think I got it at the thrift store. This is accordion. I'm so wanting to go up to the Goodwill bins, but I don't know if I can make it this Tuesday. I might have to wait till after the middle of the month. I still have a couple bills to pay. Now, will my needle fit through that? Oh, I might have to. Penelope, where'd you go? Over here. I need a different needle. I need a needle that will go through the shank of that button. That one will. Thank you, Penelope. Let's thread this button. And I want it to go through the shape of this button. Like that. And I'm going to leave some hanging here so I can tie it. And of course, this is the front. And I'm going to snip this off a little up at the top. So that the top of my, maybe a little more. There. So I have a little bit of trim between the crochet and the button. There. Now, where do I want to put it? I'll have to decide. I'm going to leave a fairly long length. Cut it right there so that I can stitch it on someplace. And let's do this one. I don't know about this button though, because those little buttonholes are tiny, too tiny for this thread. Let's try another shank one. That one's pretty. But I want something in between that. Maybe one of these, something like this, one of my scraps pieces. Would look nice. Right in there. If I can get my needle in there. Will my needle go through that shank? It will. Hold the phone. I want to get this done. It'll go through the shank, but it's having trouble avoiding that crochet on the other side. There. Pearl says, I have to say good night. Good night, Pearl. Thanks for coming in. She says, spring break. I have to get up early to get Liam, I think is her grandson. I will go back and watch to see what Meri did with this beautiful tassel. Thank you, Pearl, and thank you for popping in. If you guys haven't found Pearl's channel, I left a link up above. Let me go up there and pin it. If I can. Oh, I can't. Here, pin message. There's a link to Pearl's channel. I think Becky said good night too. Good night, Becky. Have a good evening. And you too, Pearl. Angie says she would put one of these on each side. I don't know if I can go through this again. Let me pull the thread through here. And I want a fairly long length. I don't know if I can go through this again after I've gone through it once. Yeah, I can. It's pretty tight. It'll hold it nice and tight. Let go of that. And then I'll just give it a tie here. And I'm going to leave a long enough thread here to stitch it on. Whoops, what did I do here? I just caught onto that, but I think I can snip that. I don't think that'll be too much of a problem. It's a little thread that got caught in there. Yeah. Everything else is okay. All right, and where's my needle? It fell off of my thread. No. So now we got two pieces done that we can put on there. Like that. And this I can just stitch on one of the tassels because they're gonna be put on various places. This and this, and this I can stitch on. I'm going to stitch these on, but I'll probably just maybe stitch them, double it and stitch it at the top and let it hang down maybe a couple lengths. So let me get a length of 4 here. And we'll just put that aside, and so I can put this back in the bag. And this I can stitch on someplace. So these pieces can just be stitched on various places. I won't have to, this I might have to put on something. This button I don't think I'll use because the eyes are too tiny for me. These I'm going to have to poke holes in. I want to use them on there. So let's stack those up. This button, where's my needle? Oh yeah, I can go through those. Whoops, I got a hold of one of these. Hold on. And this I can just hang down. I might have to snip the thread off of this. So these little pieces I can hang down. I'm going to put that over there. And these I can let hang down too. Just let them, isn't that pretty? Isn't that pretty? I could let it hang down on something. Maybe one of these buttons. Maybe one of these buttons, this brown one, it would look nice hanging down, one of these brown buttons hanging off of something. So we'll save that together. Ooh, this. And this button eyes are too tiny for me. And I think I'll save one of these for me. I think I'll save one of these for me. I'll give her this one, or I could give her this one. No, we'll give her the big one. I'll save this one for me. Maybe I'll give it to Penelope. Here, Penelope, you need some more pretty. Yeah, it looks good on her. Let's take one of these pins and pin it on her. Don't lose it now. Don't eat it. She likes to eat my pins. There, we'll just let that hang down on Penelope. And I've got this, which I'm not sure about. And threads hanging off of these. They didn't finish some of these. This one's kind of twisty. Put it back over there. So, and let's see, I'll have to poke holes in these. So, I think I want to work with this black button, a piece of this gold fabric, and I need a base for it. I don't want to use one of these. I think I'll use a paper base, or maybe even a, oh, where did it go? I had a thicker watercolor base from, or hold it. It's here. We'll cut a base out of this. And I might let's see, what I'm wanting to do is put this over it. Like that. So let's cut this out. And I don't know, maybe I should just fold this and make a little tag out of it. Fold it like this. Come on. Don't be stubborn. And fold it like this, a little bit more. And like this. It's got some holes in the back. Fold that under. And like that. And I think to hold this down, I'm going to use some double-sided tape just to hold it while I'm... Where did the double-sided tape run off to? It's here, sticking on the stuff over here. Just to hold it while I'm working on my pieces. Put a little piece here. We don't want that to go in. And this is going to fold over and over like that to cover up those holes. So I'll see what I can do here. piece here. Let's do this side first. But how late is it? It's 8:30. I'm going until, this is Sunday night. I'm going to go until 10. I was going to do some other things tonight, but since I'm into doing this, I planned 2 or 3 things, but you know, I only really get one done. Sometimes I move on to other things, but really that would hold everything there. Kind of put it like that. Let's do another. Did that come? Oh, no, that isn't how we want it. Let's pull that off. Let's put this right here, because I don't want the holes on the front. No. Put a piece of tape here. Hi, Sharon Lombard. Welcome, welcome. Let me refresh chat. My chat on this screen on this tablet will not scroll. I have to refresh chat to see who's come in. Hi, Sharon. Let's see. Lori says, I use fabric tack for everything. It oozes out and it will leave a shiny shine though. Well, you know, I bought some fabric tack, Lori. Where did I put it? I bought some the other day. Looky. Maybe I should use, does it dry fast? Does it dry fast? I'm waiting for him to answer me. Maybe I should use fabric tack instead of tape, huh? Well, we'll use this piece of tape because I already got it on there, but it does dry fast. Okay, well, what I need to experiment with this anyway. So this is what I bought, Fabric-Tac Beacon. I used to work for a consulting company up in Madison called Beacon Technologies. That's what this reminds me of. Do I have to cut that, or is that in there enough that it'll squeeze out? Oh, I have to unscrew this. Ew, it's sticky. Mary, I use that. It's the only glue I use, Angie says. Okay, well, I saw people using it, and I have never used. Oh, well, I think I got some at the thrift store. I don't know what I did with it. Let's try some here. We'll put some there. And I just want to kind of fold this over, but see, that has holes in it. This is the back. But now I want to fold this back, maybe back over it, because it's still sticky there. And I don't care that if it bulges out a little. Yeah, I don't care. Because this is the back. And I'm going to put some stitching on there anyway. So what I want to do, we might put something else on here, maybe like let's put a little yellow piece on there. Only maybe a bigger yellow piece. I have a larger yellow piece over here. Well, I have a lot of green. This is my largest yellow that I have. I could crisscross it. I like it crisscross. Let's play crisscrossing this. Just now that you got me interested in using this. We'll put a piece this way, a strip, because these are little embellishments that I'm going to make, and I don't care if they're shaggy. The shaggier, the better. This is a tassel in the flavor of Janet Nash's slow stitch tassel, only I'm using, well, I'm doing some slow stitching here. I'm using tatting and, ooh. I want to hold it. This will work. I want to press down on it. I don't want it to stick to my, but I wanted to press it down. Okay. Then on the front here, what I want to do is take this and put on here. And we're going to let's trim this long one off. I want it to double. Can I put this on with Fabri-Tac too? And then I want this button to go on top of that. Now, will I have to stitch the button on? I'm planning on stitching the button on. And I think I can do that. Fabri-Tac reminds me of the old rubber cement glue, Teresa. Hi, Teresa. Make sure you keep using it. It will get gooey if you don't. Oh, you mean if I keep using it after I've opened it, or keep using it as I have it opened, you mean? Once I open it, I have to keep using it, or can I put the cap on it and keep it for a while? I interpret that for me, Lori. You mean if I don't put the cap back on it, it'll get gooey? Or it'll get gooey once I've opened it and I have to use it. Once I've opened it, I've got to use it up. Let me get a Kleenex or a towel. It reminds you of the old rubber cement. Yours exploded? Oh no! Let's put the lid back on it for safety's sake. I don't find this lid very, well, I guess it's secure. All right. So now what I'm going to do is put this button here. I also have the silver button, which might show up better. And it's got a pretty big eyes in it that I can stitch through here. Now, should I stitch through the button or should I glue the button down? Will Fabri-Tac hold my button down? You had a mess. It went everywhere. Oh no. Fabri-Tac reminds me of the old rubber cement. It will spew, so keep it capped. Okay. Will it hold my button like E6000? It will hold the button down. Okay, well, if it'll hold the button down, I'm going to put a couple threads in here before I glue the button down. And I think I'll use this same color as what I have on the tassel. I'll use this color. And I'll stitch through the button a couple of times, and then I'll glue the button down. Let's just pull out a length of thread here. I don't want to lose my tatting needle. Whoops, that's not it. I'll put my tatting needle back in there so I don't lose it. So I learned from you guys. I learned from you. Thank you for the information. Angie says, I use Fabri-Tac on everything, paper and all. Okay. Teresa's going back on the balcony. All right, Teresa. Thanks for popping in and saying hello and telling us about your exploding Fabri-Tac. Geesh, that's kind of scary. All right. And I think I'm going to let the threads hang out of the center here because I like hanging threads. Uh-oh, that needle won't go through there. Well, it went through those others just fine. I need a skinnier needle. That looked like pretty big holes, too. Well, what do we have over here, Penelope? I took my other needles out in the... That's the curved one. I took my other needles out in the other room, my Ruth Lamb needles, my Ruth Lamb needle holder. She's eating this one. Will this one go through? I think this one will go through. Let me see. That one goes through. I like hanging threads, so we're going to let my threads hang out the front. Like so. And let's crisscross them. Uh-oh. Won't be able to put too many through there. All right, let's tie a knot. Bye, Chris. Chris says, I gotta go. It's supper time with Dad. Bye, everyone. Bye, Chris. Thanks for popping in. And Allie K, I forgot to say hi to you. Brenda says, I forgot to cap my Fabri-Tac and it crawled out of the bottle. Oh, no. I thank you guys for telling me that because I tend to leave stuff uncapped for a while. And I'll have to be very careful. I'm going to tie one more knot in this. Now, I like hanging threads, but I probably won't let it hang that much, although it would be pretty on that tassel. It's got a lot of hanging. Let's cut this off. I'll decide later. Probably shouldn't let it hang any more than this, though. Let's cut it here. And we'll put this, give that back to Penelope for a bit. All right, we're gonna, and I guess it really did hold that. It's holding this pretty good. Now I need a handle for it. Ooh, maybe one of these for a handle. I don't necessarily need a handle. Oh, you know, I have, let me get them out. I have some single tacks here. Let me get them out. I have some of these that I can make a little hanger for that tag. Oh, let me find a good one. Some of these are oopsies. Something like that. I'll have to come back to this. I don't want them to, ooh, we could put a cameo on something. Have a cameo there. And this is one of my buttons that, my bobby pin embellishments. Probably one of my early ones because it's white. I wouldn't call the tatting beautiful, but I was learning. All right. Ooh, here's another cameo. We'll put some cameos. I think those are the only ones. All right. So let me put the lid back on this. And we're going to put this on here with the Fabri-Tac. I liking this. I'd keep this one for me. I'd keep this one for me, but it's not going to be me. So let's put the glue here. And let's put some on the back of the button. Let's wipe this off and cap it real fast. And put this right in here. Ooh, I'm liking that. I'm liking that a lot. Now, where's that little tab I was going to use? This one. We'll put this on the back, and I'll fabric tack it on right in there, and maybe with another little piece of fabric across it. One of these little yellow pieces going across this way. And I'll snip it off after I get it on there. That's the back of the, it's a little tag. These are just fun to do, aren't they? They're just fun. They're just fun. All right, we're going to put this right across here. And I think I have enough goo coming through that I can fold this over and still let it glue down like that. And well, we don't even necessarily have to cut the strays off there. We can just let them hang. Oh, I'm loving this. This will go good. Now, I'll have to find a good place to put it on the tassel, but this is going to be a pretty loaded tassel, let me tell you. She's going to have to hang it on a doorknob or on a drawer someplace, a drawer in her art room. I'm loving it. All right, we're going to put this aside. We've done this one, we've done this one, and we've done this one. So we're going to put these aside. I'm going to consider those done. We've made our tassel here. We've used a bead, and that's on there pretty good. And then I used this tatted piece up here for the hanger. And we've used, and I have some thread hanging here that I might hang charms off of. I'm just letting them hang for now. And we've used the sari. I've got a little bit of thread in here, but not much, but it kind of matches the tassel. And this, she called it sari, but I think it's more like what you'd see on your scarf. It's probably a polyester type. I don't think this is silk. It doesn't feel like silk. It feels like scarf material that's been stripped. And you know what? That's not cut there. Let's cut these loops. I might have to trim this again. I'll have to make sure it's all trimmed and the same length and everything. And then after I get all the pieces on it. So that's where we are so far. Now, these pieces here, I can just hang on various pieces, but I have another button. Can I get that other needle through there? What did I do with that? What did I do with that other needle? This is a pin. Did I give that back to Penelope? I might have given it back to her. Let's see if this one will go through there. No, is the very head won't go through it. I might just be able to put or use beading wire. I might be able just to thread my fabric. I wanted to do another embellishment. It'd be fun to put this on one of these. Kind of fold it like that, maybe. I don't know. This one's smaller. If I put it in the center, I could have it kind of like a bow. Well, I could kind of do a bow out of this too. Just kind of fold it like that and like that. put my bead in my button in the middle. I kind of like that. And I think I'll use beading wire. I had it out here somewhere. Here. We'll use beading wire on that because my needles won't go through it. And my beading wire is coming off of my spool. Get back on there. There. And let's get a length of it. Don't need a whole big lot. And I'm going to use my old scissors. And let's take this and hook it up there maybe. And come across there. That'll hold it for a while. All right. Let's just hold on to this. And put this beading wire through those, where it is. Let's put my needle back to Penelope. Give her my needle. Oops, she fell over. Let's go through. Yeah, see where the buttons are. Through there, through the, will it go through the crochet? It's having trouble going through the crochet. There it is. Come on, you can get through there. No. This is bending down. Might have to do this different. To find the little holes. Little pokey places where I can poke that wire through. There. Oops, I got some yellow on it. Bring it through there. Come back. Ouch. It's grabbing on to me. Go through a pokey hole. There they are. Come through a pokey hole here. Where is it? Right there. Now it has to come through the other. Probably doing this exactly backwards. Should have started from the other end. Get in there. Uh-oh. There. There. Now I'm just going to give it a twist. And I might put something on that wire. Kind of looks like a little cape, a little collar. Can put that on there. Can you go in there? Please? Where is it? No, that's not a hole you can go in. Oh, all right. That's a shank button, but it's kind of cute. And we can wrap something around it after I get it on there. Let's go around and go through the other side here. Meri says she knows what she's doing. Get in there. And let's pull these tight. Oh, that's kind of cute. And let's wrap it around a couple times. This is just all free stuff, or not free, but it came just stuff I've gotten with various hauls. Oops, I didn't get that one tight enough. Let's see if I can't push it in there. Yeah. Now let's get this one around it. And kind of tuck down there. Now, a little, you know what would look pretty on there? Would be a little tie of thread. These are not long enough here. A little tie of thread. Maybe if I double it and come around that off of there. And oops, now I got it in there good. Let's tie this. If and I can. Uh-oh. I learned that from Karen. Back your needle in. If it's thread's too short and the needle's too long, you back your needle in. That's what I had to do. Now I want this tie to come down the center here. Like that. Let's take it off the needle. These old scissors won't even cut the thread very good. Give Penelope back her needle and give it another tie. And I don't know if you even have to put this on anything else. I can just stitch this on as a piece in and of itself. I kind of like that. It looks like a little collar with a little cameo or something on it and then a little tie hanging down. Whoops. That comes down more. Maybe I'll snip that lower one off. That's for cutting the beading wire. I'm going to throw those away there too. So we've got this one, and we've got this one, and I loving this one. And we've got that one, and we've got this one, and we've got all these that can hang. What time is it? It's 8:55. Well, I've got a couple little cameos, and you know I can put those cameos on some tats. Well, those cameos might look good in one of these. Maybe that blue one. that blue one? It would actually, let's get out my, hold on. I think I got a red one in here. Some red something in here. Oh, this one. We could put one at the top and let one hang. And well, actually we could, I got the hanging threads. I could snip those off, put one at the bottom and stitch this one up. Do I have another one of those? See, I don't throw my little studies away. We could do 2 of those, and I'll just glue that on with Fabri-Tac. Put one down here at the bottom, and we might put this on something. Let's go ahead and do that. And I guess you can kind of see them. I don't know about the threads. I think I'll just snip them. They're knotted enough that I'm going to snip them here. Well, I could use them to stitch, though. Maybe I'll let them hang for a while. I can always snip them. I want the head up, heads up. And I want this to go down on it like that. All this little stuff, I'm not. There, now we'll just let that dry for a bit. And we'll do the other one. And the head is up that way. Head's up. And we'll put the glue on this. And let me wipe it off and put the cap on. You guys got me scared about the cap on this. All right, now we're going to take this and plop it down this way. And we'll just let that dry. We'll let both of those dry for a bit. Got a little gray button here covered with gray silk. And he could really go right up here at the top of the chain here. He's kind of cute. Get my needle back from Penelope. I got all these threads. There are snippets over here. And that's not my needle. This is my needle. So my purple thread. I don't know what I did with it. We'll use the yellow. This is tatting thread. In fact, I think this is that Lisbeth. This is kind of expensive thread, so I'm not going to use a lot of it. I must be getting tired. I'm losing things. Where's my scissors? Where's my needle? Where's my thread? And here's my needle. Hopefully it'll go through that because I'm going to thread my needle. I'm going to stitch this right in. And I'm hoping it'll go through it. Oh, is it going to go through? Yes. And let's pull a length out. Will it go through again? And again. Now it's going through the button, but I also need it to go through the tat a little. Grab onto it there. And let's circle around it. This is the back of it, so if it's not perfect, it doesn't matter. And I want to go back through, if I can find it, go back through it and go through the tatting up at the top, just so my tat stays on it. Uh-oh, got too much thread in there. I don't know if it's going to come through again. Yeah, I think that's the last one. Let's tie it. Now, I don't like this yellow hanging down, but I'm not going to snip it off because I might use it to stitch onto the tassel. We're going to knot it a couple times. And then I'll let this blue hang down. And I'll show you the front in a minute here. Where is it at? Straighten it up. So I got a little button through these two tats. Now this yellow thread, like I said, I'll probably use my yellow thread to stitch it onto the tassel. So it won't show. Well, it might show somewhere, but this is what I mean this one to be like that. So we're going to call that one done. And this, and this, and this. You know, these might look good hanging off of this. One of them. Just put it like that. Oh, I like that. And even leave the threads hanging. Leave the threads hanging. I love my hanging threads, especially on a tassel. Let's put this on here like that. I like it just like that. And we might put a piece of of strip on the back just to hold the Fabri-Tac that I'm going to put on there. Let's put this on the back. Let's put this on the back. Let's take this. Put this on here like that. Fabri-Tac that down. And then take this and put on here like that. Isn't that pretty? Oh, I like that. Yeah. Do I need to zoom in? I was making that tassel. I think I'm about done here. I'm leaving at 10 o'clock, so. Allie K says, I'm multitasking. Lori says, I miss my cousins. That's so nice, Nina. Manya said, back again. One of my out-of-state cousins called. We had a nice chat. Ah. And Lori said, I miss my cousins. I have a cousin who's an older gentleman. He's a veteran. He was in the Marines. I don't know if he ever got a Quilt of Valor or not, but he sure deserves one. And he was 17 when I was a child. He joined the Marines. He was over in Korea. He's in his late 80s now, I believe. He was my mom's oldest sister's boy. My mom really liked him a lot. He's a good guy too. I visited them out in Denver in the year 2000. They gave me a Denver Christmas. I'm going to turn this upside down while it dries. Get that on here. And now I got this other piece. And I don't know about this. What do I want to put it on? I don't want to put it on that. I'm not sure I'm going to put anything on this. I might just put this by itself. Oh, I've got some blue here. We could do this. We could do this piece. I like using the crochet. We could do this piece like this. I like that. And then this piece on it. Like that. And I'm going to let all the threads hang. I like hanging threads too, but we need a piece of fabric under it. I'll find a piece over here. Piece of blue. Ooh, maybe this pretty green. All right, let's start out with, this will kind of be a multicolored one. We're going to do this one. And then I think I'll do this here. We might snip this off. We'll see. So I'm just going to put a little piece of Fabri-Tac there. Put that down there. I don't want to get too much of that on here. I'll have to clean that off. Some alcohol or something. And then on this, I'll put some Fabri-Tac here. I'm going to hang this one. Now I tatted this little blue strip. This is me. This is me. This is Meri tatting. These aren't me. This one is me. put that there. I'm afraid, I hope I can get this off of here. I think it'll peel off after if I work at it. It's just a little speck of it here. I don't know. Yeah, I think I can get it off. And then on this, I want to put this up here. Oh, she's upside down. She has to go this way. She's got to go this way. I hope I put that other one right side up. I'll have to check. All right, let's wipe this off and put the cap on it. It's uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Whew. Don't lose cap. I'm going to try this Fabri-Tac on that sticker paper that I had so much trouble with. I've used 3 kinds of adhesive on that sticker paper and not one of them worked. And we're just going to let this hang. Just kind of like that. I'm going to turn it upside down while it dries. I'll put it right here. Where's that other one that I turned upside down? Right here. Yeah, she's right side up. So this one's done. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? And this one is done, but it's drying. I'm going to turn it upside down again, let it dry on the back. And let's see, this one's done. This one, I don't think I'm going to do anything to this blue one. I'm just going to put it on as is. So we're going to call that done. We got a little green clover one that I can do something with. This one is done. And these hanging threads here, I'm letting them hang because I want to sew. I want to sew them on my tassel. So some of these threads won't hang after I sew it on there. I'm just letting them hang so I can sew them on. That one's done. This is, I'm just calling this a little collar. It's got a little sparkle in that button in the center. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. It's got a little sparkle in there. Whoops, need to come up a little. Over this way a little. There. Something like that. That'll go on there. I think I got enough embellishments. This little tat here, all it has is a little gray button in the center. Little threads that hang in there that I can use to sew with. This is the tag. This is probably the largest one. I really like it though. I really like it. This one was fun to do. And one more. This one. So I might just take some of these little scraps and cluster them up and make a little cluster, scrap cluster, because they're just hanging over here. The tiny ones I can't do much with. The tiny. And that's paper. That's my needle. Let's give it back to Penelope. And I got some more. Oh, I've got this one too. I might just let this one hang. We'll see what I do with this. We'll just put it out there if I use it. But I might just snip some of this. And I got some of that gold left that I could just make some little fabric clusters. And these extra threads. Here's the clover. All right, the only thing I have left here, I've got a shank button, but I'm not going to use that. I'm not going to use the anchor. I think I can turn this over now. Kind of get it straightened out. Let that set there. The only thing I really have left that I wanted to use on this, these are just the embellishments. And I'll put them at various places around this tassel. We'll load it down. But I want to do some of these. And, you know, I could glue some of this on here. Just like that. So let's get that out. And we'll poke a hole. And I've got some more of this gold. Pretty gold. I don't know if I can't rip it anymore. Let's finish cutting it here. We can use that on this maybe. So we'll put that there. And I've got a domino. You could let that domino hang off of this blue one. That would look nice with a little bit of gold down at the bottom. Like that. And I could probably just kind of double that up. Make it like that. And we got a little paper one. 2 little paper ones. So let's get these. I want to work on these 3. Let's just put those all over there. We're going to use my Fabri-Tac again since you guys got me using it. And we're going to, since you guys say you use Fabri-Tac on everything, you're going to rub off on Meri. We're just going to put a strip down here, a thin strip, like that. And we're just going to take this and put right over it, like that. And put another little strip on it. It is kind of stringy, isn't it? Well, my pieces are stringy too. But I just want to take this and, come on, get off of there. Get off my finger. Fold that back down this way. Where's that ink pad I was using? Ew. Got it on there. All right, that's all I wanted to do there. We're going to let that dry a little. And then I'll stitch that on. I can stitch through this. So we'll just let it dry. We'll leave it up and let it dry. And on this one, I can do the same thing. I'll just glue it down, and when I stitch it on, I'll stitch it on the fabric part. I probably won't stitch them on tonight. I don't know. It's what, 9:20. I might stitch a couple on. Got glue on this tabletop. All right, let's just put this something like that. And I should put a, maybe a, now I think of it. Well, this is parchment, but maybe it'll work too. just want to flatten it down there. And we'll let that dry, but it will look like, it'll look like this, and I'll just stitch it on. We'll let that dry, and then we want to do the domino. The domino, I'm going to let gold show down the bottom. Something like that. And I don't care if it's, well, actually it'll be nice that way because that'll be the front. Okay, well, let's put some glue on here. Kind of put it right there. And that's really, and we'll let that dry. Then I got these two little pieces. I have some little pieces here of gold. I can just put that on there. Actually, I think I'd like that on darker though. How about just tacking it and let the gold hang down? I kind of like that, only we need to put it this way. All right. Let me snip this off. Put a little tacky on that. And make sure I have it right side up though. 90 faces that way. And we're just going to put this right on it here. And I'm just trying to smish it down with this paper so that it can dry. And then I just have this number 6530-10720. And let's just make a hanging piece out of that. Maybe I'll bring it down more like this. This is going to be a loaded tassel. And I'll probably find some charms to put on there. I think I'm going to put a bird cage up at the top. All right, so I'm just going to let those dry for a few minutes. Clean off the top of my glue, throw that away. Ew. Uh-oh, what did I do with the cat? Buried. All right, let's put that up here where I can use it again someday. And sort this out again. These are scrap. I guess I'll put these in a bag until I'm ready to stitch them on. Although I could stitch a few on yet tonight. What time is it? It's only 9:30. Thank you, Allie K. Let me refresh chat again. Mina says, those turned out pretty. Thank you, Allie K. And thank you, Mina. Lori says, wow, lots of work, but they're beautiful. They're going to be loaded onto this tassel. Isn't this tassel fun? Now, this tassel will probably have to hang. Don't ignore these threads, because these threads are, I might put charms on them or something. They're just hanging for future use. But I think she's going to have to hang this tassel like on a drawer or doorknob or off of a, you know, maybe a drawer knob, not a door, drawer, D-R-A-W-E-R, drawer knob, in her room, because I can't see this large of a tassel. It's fairly large. It's about, well, let's see. Let's just put it down here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's about 9 inches from, well, let's pull it up to the top of the tassel. It's about 7 to 8 inches long from the top of the tassel, not counting the bead and the holder. So this is about 7 or 8 inches here. But I guess you could call it 6, but by the time I put stuff on it, we'll see how this turns out. Let me kind of clean up around here. Let's see. These things I still might put on there. That's a clover. And these are 3 tatted pieces I can put on there. This is a... You kind of get things straightened up here. I don't know if I'm getting kind of tired. I don't know if I'll get anything stitched on tonight. But see, I've got little pieces like this left. Well, not a whole lot of them, though. Just a couple. I've got some up here. There's another little piece there. This one. These with the cameo on them. And you know, if she doesn't like them all hanging on there, I'll put them in such a way that if she doesn't like them, she could snip them off. You know, it might be too many for her taste. So I got stuff like this left over. Put them on there in such a way that if she wants to snip them off and use them someplace else or throw them away or whatever she wants, she can. What am I going to do with this? Oh, I'm going to make a fabric cluster. Let's make a fabric cluster with a... I want to leave all these out. Let's get my needle. We're going to make a little fabric cluster out of these. Let's see. Let's use some of this pretty tatting. And let's use... I don't know. I need a small piece. See, this is a scrappy piece that came in that with all those pieces that I showed at the beginning. It's just a little piece of edging that kind of is twisted here, isn't it? I don't know if I want to use that. And this I kind of want to save for myself because I gave her one over here. And I want one for me. So I was kind of saving these for me. However, there's this piece that's still kind of scrappy, but I could use it in the cluster. And what's this? All right, let's just push all that. Let's push it aside. I'm going to make a cluster here. Let me get some thread. And this is my tassel. That's really a lot for a cluster. We want this. Maybe I'll save a piece of this for me. So pretty. Let's snip me off a piece here. We'll save this for me. And we'll give her this. I'll double it in half. This and this. You guys need a piece of white under it. There. And the yellow. These are just scraps that were left over. I'll kind of double this up a little. The yellow. And we got blue. Got another yellow. Got another blue. And we got this. I think I'll put this in the bag. Use it another day. And you know what I didn't use yet are, let me get them out here, are these. So when I start attaching stuff on here, I might put some of these leaves on there. But on here, oh wait, what do I have here? No, that's my playing card. Got a little piece of green hanging there. Little piece of green. And this. Now it needs something else on the cluster. Meri's looking. Meri's looking. I've got a red button. Pinkish red button. Oh, I've got this one. And it's a shank button, which would probably be easier. Or I could probably, yeah, I think the shank would be easier. I think that would do it. What's this? No. I'm looking. This is all thread. I don't know if I want to use that. Hold the phone. That's a Christmas napkin and gold thread and some more of that leaf. I'm done with that. Meri's looking, Meri's looking, Meri's thinking. There's my lavender thread. I don't have anything in there. What's this? No. Oh. I don't think this is all that pattern for that gnome I was making. Got the purple thread out of that. I think that'll about do it. I don't see anything else that I want to use on that. So I'm going to thread my needle with the yellow. What did I do with that white? I think that white button will be the... Actually, I think that prettier coral color, orangey, it looks orange to you, but it's a pretty coral color. Let me put this over here. This looks orange to you, but it's actually a really pretty coral, pink coral color. It's not orange. It looks yellow-orange in my camera, but it's not. It's a pretty pink coral. We're going to use that to tie these scraps together. I'm just having all sorts of fun. That's my tatting needle. I don't want to lose it. I'm just having all sorts of fun. I can get this thread through there. Come on. You're almost in. There you go. So I'm going to take this. There's two pieces there. And I'm just going to make a knot on the back. And we're just going to do a little fabric cluster here. Shall we let it hang? I can always snip off. I can always snip my hanging threads. No, or she can snip them if she doesn't like them. I like hanging threads. Whoa! What are you doing? There. Now pull that tight. All right. So we have this and this greenish gold. And of course it's not perfect, but we're going to put some more on it. We're going to put the yellow. And I think I doubled that yellow, or even triple it. And let's come through like that. And I'm just going to take a little stitch here. That's the thing about slow stitching. You don't have to be perfect with your stitching. You know, however, if you want to, like if you're doing sushiko or something like that, you might want to be a little bit more perfect with it. But all right, now I'm going to put a little bit of green. Put 2 greens on there. And another yellow. And let's come through those. All of them. One more. Come on. Get in there. Yeah, you're going to be stubborn. Get in there. And then I have a little bit of a hanging. I'm going to let that hang down. A little bit of a, I don't know what to call it. A failed crochet. A failed tat, maybe. I'm not sure. A failed trim. Looks like it might be doubled. No, it's just got a, we'll put our needle through that. And let it come down like so. And I might snip that thread off here. Don't let that hang too much. Now I'm going to put the button on. The button's got a shank. I'm going to go through all the fabric pieces, I think. And back. And I'll have to pull that tight. Like that. And go through the button. Find it. Where's it at? It's here someplace. Right in there. And back down again. Now I think that's pretty secure. It's got this thread hanging down. But that's okay. It's got a couple of other pieces hanging down too. So that's my card. That's my reading my 2 of clubs card. All right, we're going to go to the back here and tie this off. And that's how we use the little snippets that I could still use. I probably still have some, I do, little snips like that. I'll throw those away. There's my little gold bunny. Year of the rabbit. Put him out here where you can see him. Year of the rabbit. You know what I don't have on here is a butterfly. I'll have to make a butterfly. What time is it? It's 9:41. I don't know if I can make one in 20 minutes, but I could try. It needs a butterfly. And you guys are silently watching anyway, so gently watching, as Janet Nash says, gentle watching. I think I'll let these threads hang down because this other thread is hanging down. I'm going to snip it off there. And we have another fabric cluster piece. That should be enough for embellishment on that tassel. It'll be so heavy that the tassels will give Penelope back the... Lori has a heart. Thank you, Lori. Let's see. I'm going to see what I can do here. Oh, I have a piece of fabric. I'll save that for something. Let's thread my tatting needle. This thread is just a little bit too thick for this needle. It is really not it's a thread, but it's really not a tatting thread. It's more of a thread that they use to make socks, knit socks. But it did work in there, didn't it? Okay, and I leave all the way from 18 to 24-inch tail for these butterflies because, believe it or not, I use almost all of it. And we're going to do this real quick here. Let's just push these to the side. Let's turn that upside down. And I pretty much have made enough butterflies, and it's always the last wing. And I got my thread twisted here. It's always the last wing that gets me on these butterflies. But let's go ahead, and I'm not going to make a very complicated one. I'm not going to use a whole lot of Picasso. And so I'm just going to put 3 stitches on, 3 double stitches. That was my second one. That's the third one. I'm not really showing how to tat, I'm just doing it. And then I make a Picasso here. I got glue on my finger. that matters when you tat. Now, let's make a little Picasso here, or a medium-sized one. And close it up and do 3 more. That's 2. 1 more. 3. And then I'm going to do 3 in the center, which will be the top. So I do a small one. And then I quit putting the stitch between the small and the large, and I just go small, large. So I'm going to do a large Picasso. When I say large, it's taller than the small one. Looks like I got a thread in there. And then I do another small one. And then I do 3 more stitches. So there's 1, 2, and the stitches are double stitches, so it has 2 legs. So there's 3. Now I'm ready for the last picot. And then I do 3 more stitches. 1, 2, and 3. And then I make a ring, so I pull it off of my needle. And I pull all this loop. This is my needle thread here. And I don't like to have all this. I only like to have a short length of double thread going through. So I just have a really short tail going through the center shaft. We pull this off. And then we pull this thread, the needle thread, through the shaft of the double stitches. So we just pull it through, pull my needle right through like that. Keep pulling, keep pulling, keep pulling, keep pulling until you get a little piece there and you put your needle through it like that. And then you close it up, pull on the needle thread, close it up, and there you have a little butterfly wing. And try to make your little, for those of you that tat, try to make your little stitches all face the same direction. Mine are all facing out. And then I reverse it and flip it over, and I make what they call a secure knot. Not everybody does that, but I like to do it because I like things secure. So I just do another little knot. Now I'm going to do another one just exactly like that one for the other side of the butterfly. These are the bottom wings of the butterfly. So I do 3, 1, and first leg, second leg, first leg, second leg, first leg, second leg. So there's 3. And then we do a small picot. Got to get a hold of it. I do a small picot. A small one. I really got too much space between those wings. I'm going to take all this off. I got too much space in there. You want to keep, it depends on what you're doing, but in this case, I want my thread, my first stitch, to be close to the bottom stitch there. And I had too much space there for my liking. So let me do this again. 1, 2, 3. And then a small picot. And then 3 more. So 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to do the center picots. So a small one, a large one, and a small one. So here's the small one. And then I need to do a large one, which I just leave more space for the loop. And then another small one. And I got to get a hold of it. So I've got 3 picots right together there. Now I do 3 more stitches. So 1, 2, 3, and then another picot for the last picot on the ring. It's a small one. and then 3 more stitches. 1, 2, and 3. Now we're going to make a ring. So we're going to pull all of this down to the base of my needle. And got a little tail here. And we're just going to slide these stitches off and pull my needle through. Pull, 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 pull. This is going pretty good. And we want my needle to go through that loop that's forming there. Put my needle in there and pull it through and pull it tight and it'll form a ring. And that's my second wing. And these are the bottom rings of the butterfly. And then I like to do that secure knot. So I just turn it over and knot it. Just thread one thread through it like that, like a shoelace knot. Now I'm going to do the left large wing. So I put my needle right down here at the bottom where these two are joined, right down there. And I do about 5 stitches here because I could do 3, but it makes it pretty tight. We have to join this to that first picot there. So let's put 5 on here. That might be a little bit too many, but we'll see. I'm still playing with that. Let's see what I got. That thread over here. You always tap with your ball thread. This is the ball thread going off to the ball, which is in my lap. So I'm going to put on 5. So here's 1 and 2, 3, 4, and 5. I think that'll be plenty. And then I need this needle. I'm putting it way up to my stitches way up to the top of the needle. And I need that needle. I need my ball thread to go behind my tatting. And I need my needle to go through that picot. Is that the right one? Yes. I need it to go through this one. And then I take my ball thread that was at the back of the tatting and just drape it over my needle. And just like you're crocheting, you pull that thread through the picot and onto the needle. And that joins the large wing to the large left wing that I'm making to the lower bottom ring. Ring. All right, now I want to do 6. So 1, because this is going to be a larger wing, so I want a little few more stitches on there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now we're going to do 3 more top picots like what I have here. So only we're going to do them on the upper wing. Do a small one, a large one, and a small one. So small, and then a large one. I'm just leaving more space between the stitches to form the loop. So there's a large picot, and now I'm going to do another small one. So my space in here is smaller. And close that up. And now, since we did 6 over on this side, we've got to do 6 on this side of the, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now we have to do the last picot of this wing. So we leave a space. It's I call it small. It's really kind of a medium sized. And then 5 more stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now we want to make the ring for the large wing. So we're going to pull all these threads down to the bottom of the needle. We're going to pull it off of the needle, pull the needle through the chink of the double stitches here, and it'll form a ring. Pull, 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 pull. And got to keep your ball thread out of the way. Get that out of the way. Come on, get out of the way. Likes to hold on to each other. All right. Pull, 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 pull. Here's your loop. You put your needle through the loop. And you close up your ring. Pulling on the needle thread. Pulling it tight. And there's the large wing right there. Now I like to make another secure knot here. I like my secure knot, so I just kind of secure it. Just make an extra knot there, little shoelace knot. Sometimes I flip it over here and sometimes I don't. On the others I reversed them, but this one I didn't think I needed to. Now I'm going to make the other wing, and this is the one where I have a little bit of trouble, and I haven't perfected it yet. When I was making my last wing, which would be a large one like this one here, I was connecting the right wing to the left wing here. But I think that made it harder when I want to connect the right wing to the lower wing like I do here. So I'm not going to connect these two so that this will bend more. And this wing that I make here, I want it to connect down here. But if I connect it there, I have a harder time connecting it here. So I've stopped connecting those two. So we're going to make the right top larger wing. And we're going to make it in the same way as we made this larger one with 5 double stitches. So we go 1, and I'm wondering if I connect it here first, if that would work better. I'm wondering. I'll have to try that. I don't want to try it now because I don't want to mess up. I don't want to mess it up in front of you guys. And I'll do it the difficult way here. But as I do this, I'm looking at a way to do this better. And what I was doing is I was coming out and making this side first here. You know, I was going from here up and using this as my last connection. But I might need to come from here over this way and connect it over here first. That would make a lot more sense. That's probably what I'm doing wrong. But I'm not going to do it here because, like I said, I don't want to mess it up. I'll show you what I'm having trouble with when I do this. And you'll see when I get there. When I get ready to connect these, but the top wing to the lower wing, it's where I run into trouble. But I think I'm going the wrong way. Let me have a sip of tea. I think I just realized what I was doing wrong, but I'm going to do it the way that causes me trouble first, because I get it, but it's a little bit of finagling. So I'm going to do 5. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. And now I'm going to make a Picasso, but I'm not going to join my Picasso to this one. I'm just going to make a Picasso that stands out. So I'm just going to make a medium Picasso. So there it is. And then I did 6. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. And it's after 10. But I want to finish this Picasso. I mean this butterfly. So there's 6. And now I need to make the center. I need to make these 3 little Picassos in the center at the top. So I'm going to do a small, a large, and a small. So here's my small, and then I'm going to do a large one. There's my large one. And then I'm going to do another small one, which really is, I call it small, but it's more like a medium one. But that's okay for these. This isn't dainty stuff. All right, now I need to do 6 more. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. Now it's at this point where I want to connect. I doubled up I want to connect this. I really don't want another Picasso here. I want to connect it to this one here. So what I've been doing, and what I think I'm going wrong, is I think I should tap from here to here rather from here up this way. I think I'm going off this way when I should be going that way. But I'm going to show you how I've been doing this, and this is what makes it hard. I've been tatting this way, but what I've been doing is reversing my work. I flip it over like you do in crochet. I turn the whole butterfly over, and I kind of put it behind my needle here, like this. Here's the Picasso here that I want to go through. So I get this way up close to the top of the needle, get my threads way up close to the top without that thread falling off, and I kind of have to hold on to it real good. I don't want it to fall off the top of my needle, so I try to hold on to that as good as I can. And sometimes I lose my wing. I want it to go. I want it to go on this one here. So I kind of stretch and pull it through, push it through, and I got it through, but now I have to join it. So I put that thread there. This is going easier than what I usually have. And then I have to pull that thread through this little Picasso. And this is, sometimes it gets a little, because all those threads get up there, and if I can get it through there. No, and see, I don't want to lose my threads. Let's try it again. Put it through. And I know you can use a crochet hook, but I tried that and I still don't, it messes me up. So let's try getting this through again. Sometimes I do it and sometimes I don't, but these threads get in my way. Get them down a little further. Get down here. But I think my problem is that I'm going the wrong direction. I think I seen that while I was talking to you guys here, talking my way through it. Well, you know what? I'm not going to fool with trying to get that thread through. You should not tat around your Picasso. You should pull that, this thread should go on your needle and be pulled through too and looped on the needle. But in this case, since I have my needle through there, I'm going to tat around it because I don't want to fool with it here. So I'm going to put on 5 more stitches. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Now, to make the wing, to make the ring, I do the same thing at this point. I hope I got it through the right. I hope it put it through the right wing. Did I put it through the right one? I may not put it through the right one. Did I put it through the right one? The lower. I think I put it through the wrong one. Let me pull this off again. It's only 5 stitches. I got to make sure I got it before I make my ring. It'll be hell to pull off if I make that ring on the wrong wing. Make sure I got it on the right wing. Has to go on this wing. Has to go. I had it on the wrong wing. Let me get this over here. And I'm not going to try to pull it through. Let's see. I should mark it somehow. Hold on. I'm getting tired, as you can see. Let's see. This one goes to this wing, so it has to go to this one. And when I flip it over, it goes to this one. So I want to put it on this one. Did I have it on that one? I don't remember which one I had it on. And of course, I've got too much thread in here now. I pulled my thread so much that I got too much thread. I've got too much thread here and here. I'm going to pull this whole thing off. I want it to be a nice butterfly for the tassel. And you can do that. You know, if you see something that's going wrong, redo it before it gets too bad. All right. So I want to do 5. Am I on the right side? I'm getting tired here. Here, I want to start here. I want to do 5. I should mark this. I should get smart. I should get smart and do what the crocheters do and mark this just by putting a little thread through it. Let's just tie a little thread there, because this is the wing that I want to, this Picasso is the one that I want to attach. And that's what threw me off. So let me just get smart in front of you guys and just tie it, and I'll take it off later if I can get it through that Picasso. This is what crocheters do sometimes to mark where they are on a row. And I'm just gonna tie a loose marker here, so I'm smart when I get there. And let's cut it. Hopefully it won't get in my way. There. All right, let's do this all over again. You guys don't mind seeing me mess up, do you? All right, so I'm going to start here and do 5 stitches. I'm just convinced now I need to go this way. I'm almost tempted to go that way. But no, let's do it the hard way. I think I see what I'm doing wrong though. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. And now see how close this needle is. These threads are real close down to the center. And that's why I said there was too much thread. I had about almost a half an inch of thread there, not quite, maybe about 3/8 inch of thread hanging in between these, right in there, that I didn't want. That's why I pulled it all out. So now I need to make a picot. And I'm just saying this for the people that are watching, but the people also might be watching on replay. Look, I got this hanging in here. The threads catch on to everything. All right, now I need to do 6. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and all right, then I do a small, a large, and a small picot. So small and a large. This really isn't too small, but I need to do that bigger. Hold on. Or this one's smaller. Let me take that off. Push that down a little more. Get more space in there. So here's the large one, which is almost the same size as a small one, but we'll do another small one. And now we need to do 6 more. 1 and 2. Oops, got a thread in there. Picks up stuff along the way. Get out of there. Yeah, get a hold of it. Did I get it? I did. I think. I'm ready for 3. 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. And now I want to flip it this way, put that under, and I marked it here. So this is the one I want to go in. And I'm not going to try to pull that thread through there because it's just too hard to do online. But I'm going to put my needle through that, as if I can, through this loop. I kind of have to stretch it. And I'm going to tat around it, which you really shouldn't when you join. It's there. I'm going to tat around that. You should bring your thread through, but I think I'm doing this wrong anyway, so I think I need to go the other way. Now I can take this, and I will when after I made my, well, I could do it now. I could take this out of here, this little marker. I just marked it so I know which ring I was going through. Let's unthread this and pull it out. There. All right, now I just have to do five ending stitches. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. I know this might be kind of boring to some of you guys to watch, but here again, the butterflies, I like how they turn out in the long run, except for this last wing. I've been trying to find a good way to do it, and I think I'm glad I did this because I think I realized what change I need to make. So let's make the ring of the right wing. And I'm just pulling the loop tight. We're making a ring. And I'm going to come through this loop here. But this is where it gets kind of complicated because I reversed that. Now I have to reverse it back again. And you have to do a little finagling here. But I think if I did the other way, I wouldn't have to finagle this. I kind of have to work with it to get it to I have to reverse it back to get it in shape again. And luckily for me, this time it's going pretty good. But I think if I go the other direction there, I will have better luck. Let me pull this a little tighter. Here are my top Picassos over here and my center one. And I actually made one there, but I think I'm going to pull it tight a little because I don't want it because I don't have one over here. Let's pull this a little tighter. We'll just leave it like that. That actually turned out pretty good. But I don't like having to reverse it and then reverse it back again. And I think if I go the other direction, I will have better luck. Let me do my secure knot. And then we have a little bit more to do here. And I want this kind of in the center here. My thread is knotted kind of off over this way because I'm going to do a head and I want the head in the center. So I'm going to kind of pull this a little tighter and I'm going to kind of come through the center here. This is the back of it so that I do a small ring for the head. So I just tap 5 and pull it into a ring. I don't put Picassos or anything on it. And let me kind of double this. Get in here. Right in there. I'm going to do 5. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Oh, it's okay to share that, Angie. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay, Angie, too, that it's quiet in here because I'm just explaining how I'm making this butterfly. I don't expect there to be a lot of chat around this. You're used to Keisha. You're used to Keisha's active selling chat and playing games and all that. I'm not Keisha. I'm Meri. This is a Meri chat. This isn't Keisha chat. All right, let me pull this tight and make a ring. You're just used to all the gaming and everything going on and selling, and there's a lot of activity going on in Keisha's marketplace. But I'm explaining how to make a butterfly, and not everybody in this, well, I would say 90% of the people that are even out there watching probably do not tat. But somebody will be watching the replay. Okay, now I'm going to pull it tight. And see, I've got a head. And now I'm going to tie a secure knot. I don't expect a lot of chat when I'm doing this type of thing. It doesn't bother me at all. All right. So I got 4 wings and a head. Where did I put my other wing? Where did I put it? I have to shape him up here. Here he is. Here's my head. He's right here. And there are my four wings. See, he's shaping into a butterfly. Now I want some antenna. So what I do is I come from the bottom of the head with my needle thread, not the ball thread, with the needle thread. And I come through those double stitches up to from the bottom up to the top. And I just put my needle in there. You can do this with a sewing needle too, but I just use my tatting needle. And I pull that needle thread up from the bottom of the head to the top of the head where the antenna will be. Thank you, Linda. And hi, Linda, and welcome. Hi, Brenda. Did I see you in here before? I don't know. I remember if I said hello to you. And hi, Linda. Lori's going to head off to bed. Yeah, it's 10:30 here. I will when I get this butterfly. I'm going to quit when I was going to quit at 10, but I'm making this butterfly and I had to take out that one wing because I wasn't sure. Now I'm going to make the antenna. So I come probably about 2.5 inches up my needle with my thread here with my needle thread, and I wrap it around my needle 7 times, 7 or 8 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I might need it to come a little bit higher up. About 7 times is what I like. Let me try this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And right when your needle gets to the point of the top of your head and pull it through. Don't let go of your twist. And this is not a bullion stitch. It looks like a bullion stitch, but I don't have anything to hook it onto up here. But keep your twist on your needle because you're going to pull your needle through those twists. And that will make a twisty antenna. And just pull it through like you were making a chain. And then kind of pull it up. And it's twisted on each other in here. And you can work with it the length that you want. Just kind of work with it however you want it. And I sometimes kind of, the last little thread here kind of makes a loop. I kind of pull on that. Get a hold of it here, kind of pull on that. And then I always knot it right at the top of the head here so that doesn't pull out. And let me just knot it through here. And that is one antenna of the butterfly. And then I put my needle through to the other side of the head. This is going to interest somebody sometime. Is that how Meri did her butterfly? Oh, I don't tat. Well, I haven't tatted. I have never tatted until the beginning of this year. So you only have to learn one basic stitch, but you have to learn a lot of little things along the way. Okay, I'm just pulling this through the center of the head here. I'm going to make the other antenna the same way. Put my needle about like that. I want 7 twists on there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And that brings my point down to the top of the head. And I'm going to go through the top of the head with my point of my needle. Don't let go of your twists. And then you pull your needle through. Pull it through just like you were making a chain for those of you that tat. And then you have this little antenna. Don't get it mixed up with the other one. Got the other one in there. There. And kind of, you can work with it until you're happy with the twist of it. Some of them are longer than others, but let me pull it tight, a little tighter. You have to kind of work with them to shape them up a little. That one's a little long. Let me pull it a little tighter again. And because I'm online, I can't fiddle with it the same way as if I had it in my lap. And I got to work with keeping that last loop always, that last twist always kind of does not want to, it wants to loop. But let's pull it tight again. Kind of twist it. We just want it to twist. Maybe twist it the other way. Doesn't matter. Pull it tight. Pull it like that. just give him an antenna on his head. And now I'm going to make a secure knot. And I'm not quite done with him yet. I'm going to make a secure knot because he needs a body. So I'm going to come down to the base of the head here. Let's see, get his wings and his head all straightened out here. Like this. I got a little thread caught up at the top of his head. There we go. Where's his other antenna? Right there. One antenna is longer than the other, but you can work with that as you go. I'm not going to worry about it now. And this is my needle thread going off to my right and my ball thread going off to my left. Now I'm going to bring that needle thread down to the base of the head here because it's still up at the top of the head. So I'm just going to get in here and go through my double stitches. Again, come through them. There. And I'm coming down to the neck area. From the top of the head to the neck with my needle. Pull it through. Oops, I pulled it off my needle. Pull it through, pull it through. Now, I got to rethread my needle. Pulled it right off. Rethread the needle. All right. Now I need a body on this butterfly. I got wings. What is his other wing here? He goes like that. He goes like that. Got a little thread hanging here. I get these stray threads because I've been working with other things. So to make the body, and what I do is I tat a chain stitch. So I'm starting at the base of the head. And I'm tatting just about 5 or 6 times, 5 or 6 double stitches, one, and you have to kind of make sure you get it going down the spine. 1 and 2 and I don't like, well, I guess I can live with that. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and so now the head is got it turned around. It's got to go this way. This is the head. This is the wing. These are the antenna. Right here, and he's hiding. It's twisted on my needle thread. So I need this double stitch to hook right in there. And I'm just going to put my needle in there. And I'm going to pull. Well, I'm not going to do that right now. I did this a different way. I'm just going to pull my needle through like I would a chain stitch. Just pull it through this way. And see, it's starting to form a body. And then I do 6 or 7 more double stitches from this point. You really don't need to do that here, but I'm more comfortable doing it that way, so I do. So let me get this straightened out. I want to do the tail now. I got the body here. Let me flip this over. Here's a wing. Here's his head. Here's his antenna. This is the other wing. Here's his body coming down the spine right there. So now I need a tail. So I'm going to do, and I really didn't need to pull that through, but I do. And I'll have to rethink that. So I want to do about 6 or 7 more double stitches here. So 1, and this is where my thread gets, I have to get it situated. So I got 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. I might put 7 on for his tail. 7. And now I'm going to pull that through the tail section. Pull my needle thread through the tail section. Just like that. Now let me straighten this out so you can see what's going on here. We've got a butterfly. He's got 2 large wings on top, 2 small wings on the bottom here, 2 large wings on the top. He's got a head and 2 antennae. Get it out here. He's got 2 antennae here, and he's got a body coming down there. Now, I have to knot it off down here at the bottom. I'm almost done. Knot it off down here at the bottom and kind of gently tie it. Now I can cut the ball thread off of the ball, and I leave a fairly large loop length because if I need it, I have it. If I don't need it, I'll take it off. And I have to tell you, these butterflies, after all that finagling, turn out for me. And I'm only doing this because I want to put it on that tassel. So we got the head and the antenna right here. And what we want to do is we want to come back through these double stitches with my needle thread to this point, to where I stop between my tail and my body, my tail and the spine. So I gently put this needle through all these double stitches, just as if you were hiding your needle, and you come through. Come through. I'm almost there. Let's poke it through there. And poke it through and pull it through. And I've got a pretty much of a tail there. And pull it through. And not only does that help even out the bottom of your tail, you got to do the same thing with the other thread. But now what I'm going to do is on the back of this, on the back here, at the bottom, I'm going to attach the tail to the body by just taking this thread, going through here, from here to, got to make sure I have the right spot up in here. And I'm just going to put it through a couple of these threads, attach it down. just like that. And now he's got a spine and a tail. And you don't want to pull it too tight. You just kind of want to attach it. And then I turn it over and make sure I have it attached in here good just by putting it, maybe making a little knot on the bottom so it doesn't slip out. Let's make a little knot. And then I hide this thread. And you can hide it in the small wing or the large wing. I'm going to hide it in this small ring over here. You just kind of put it, by hiding it, you just put it through a channel of those double stitches. However you can get it in there. And just push it through and snip it off. And I usually hide it more, but I'm not going to on this one because I want to get it finished. And let's snip that off so it'll be out of our way. There we go. Now let's do the other thread in the similar way. So he's not hanging, doesn't have a long thread hanging off of his tail. And let's go ahead and do it. Take this thread off of the needle, put this thread on it. I know a lot of you are not interested in tatting, but I think it's fun to share new things. And even if you're not interested, just watching and seeing how I'm making my butterfly might be of some interest, because he's going to be an embellishment on that tassel. And I know a lot of you like to make tassels. So we're going to thread this needle through the channel of his tail again. And this time I'm going to go clear up the spine. I'm not going to try to attach it in the back. I'm going to go clear up as much as I can on the spine. Clear through. Clear through. I'm almost there. Clear through up to the neck area. And sometimes, well, that's pretty good, I have to say. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. And I'm just going to pull that thread through. Pull it through, pull it through, pull it through. You don't want to pull it too tight. And if your tail starts getting too short, pull it out again. And you want to pull on the, I didn't have this, you have to pull on the one of these threads here to get them clear through. This double thread, this one, there. Now, I've got a little loop down there, so let's pull that loop short. There. And that's how you make a little cute little tail and a cute spine. Except I don't think I'm clear up there yet. Let's continue going on in here. My needle's tight here. I have a couple more double stitches to go through up here. Let's put it through there. And now I can put this one through to the back if I want. But I think by doing this in front of you guys, I realized what I was doing on my last wing. I think I found a way to make it easier. I'll have to try it. Not here, but... All right, now I'm just going to hide this thread and snip it off. Let's hide it. Let's hide it in this big wing over here. Let's hide it in here. and you just push it through the double stitches through the channel. And it'll stay. It's like you hide a thread when you're ending if you're doing any type of needlework. It's got so many knots in it, it wouldn't know how to unravel. There we go. And there's my butterfly. Now, at this point, you can take and shape him up a little, because usually by all this handling, he gets out of shape. Kind of shape him up. Here's his head, his antenna, his right wing, his left wing. Here's the Picasso over here. There's a Picasso here. And there's one over here to match him. And here's his lower left wing. And his tail, kind of pull it. Make him look like a butterfly. And his lower right wing. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with him. I think I'm pretty happy with him in the long run. There's his spine and his tail. Let me hold him up closer so you guys can see him. And then I'll get ready to leave. Here he is. But you know, he looks orange. He looks orange to you guys. But he's not orange. He's a coral color. And that coral is not coming through on the camera. He's really a pink coral color. I wish you guys could see. He's not an orange butterfly. Although if he were orange, I could put black on him and he could be a monarch. And that's what I go through to make those butterflies. So, I'm going to put this one on my tassel. That's why I did it. But also, I'm glad I did it because I think I realized what I was doing wrong here. I'm going to have to try another one. In fact, I might do it offline before I go to bed tonight. I'm so excited about it. So, I made my tassel tonight, which is right here. See, we used all that tatting for the handle through a bead. We used all these fabrics here for the threads. And these threads, I'm going to maybe put some charms on. So here's my tassel. And these are all going to be kind of slow stitched. I don't know how many of these I'll use, but I'll use several of these on here. I made several. And I'm just going to spread them out here. I might have to kind of scrunch things together. Let's put this right on here for now. Let's put him right there for now. And we got little doily embellishments that we've made with the buttons. Got 2 of those. We've got a little tat here that I made a long time ago, and I put a button through it. We've got a domino that we glued some fabric on the back of it, and I'll probably stitch it up here, but it'll go on there someplace. And we made this darling little cameo one. Can you guys see it? Yeah, you can see it. We did that one. That'll go on here. I don't know if I'll get all of these on here because there's quite a few of them, but I had fun making them all. Oh, and this is hooked onto my tape. Get off of my tape roll. Hold it. There. I leave these threads on here because I'm using them. I'm leaving them because I might need to sew. And I might need to sew, use them for sewing, stitching on. This is another doily one. This reminds me of a little collar. A little collar with a cameo. It's got a button and a thread through it. This is one of my favorites. I'm calling this a tag. Isn't that cool? Isn't this fun? These are just little, this is done, inspired by Janet Nash. She used slow stitching on a tassel. So these are kind of slow stitching. Now this, I don't know if I'm going to put these on there. I was thinking I'd put them on there, but I've got so much other stuff, it just might be too much. I'm going to put it aside. And I've got just some little tats here that I might put around here and there. We'll see. And I got another cameo one. Aren't these darling? I liking them. I'm liking them. A little cameo one and another little, this is fabric scraps that I had left from snipping off of the ends here and while I was making them. And I just stitched them together and put a button through it. So I haven't attached all the embellishments yet to the tassel, but that's coming. That is coming. So this is going to be my thumbnail right here. And I'm going to take Lori's advice and go to bed. Although I probably won't get to sleep right away because I'm wide awake. I'm wide awake. Let's put this down in here. I'll kind of crunch this up so that this will be my thumbnail. And I wish you could see, this looks so orange to me. I'm really disappointed that it looks so orange. Thank you, Allie K. Thank you, Linda. Thank you. Isn't the cameo cute? What size tatting needles do I use? Well, for this, I've been using a number 5 tatting needle for this thread. For thinner threads, for the thinner threads, I've been using like it's a smaller needle. I want to say it's a 7. It might be a 3 though. Let me pull, since you ask, because I have my tatting chart here, right behind me, my tatting bag behind me. Let me pull out the chart and show you. Just let me pull them out. That's the extra fine one. Here, this is what I use. These are handy hands. This is what a lot of the stickers, a lot of the tatters use these. You can get these off of Amazon. What happened to my tassel? Did I knock it off on the floor? I did. I'm sorry, tassel. Man, I probably knocked my butterfly off of it too. Where did he go? Yeah, he's on the floor too. Hold on, let me get this all up again. And what's this? Just a little piece of scrap. All right, hold it. Let me put my butterfly back on my tassel here. All right, so the tatting needle set that I ordered off of Amazon is this one by Handy Hands. It's tatting needles, free basic instructions, and they show the needle size. The number 8 is extra fine. I do not use that. I have used this number 7. That's what I have on that I showed earlier in the stream. Some fine, it's like 60 weight thread, and it's really fine. And in fact, they say to use that 60 weight thread with your number 8. Well, I've been using it with the number 7 when you use 50 weight. Number 5, though, is used for size 10 or 20 pearl cotton. Your number 3 is your large. Now, I do use, this might be the number 3. This might be the number 3 because it is the largest one in there. The number 5, I do use both of these, the medium and the large, the 5 and 3. And I use them interchangeably because this is a little bit thicker. Like I said, this is not tatting thread. This is more of a thread I think they use to knit socks with. I think this is more of a yarn thread than a, it's similar to number 8 pearl cotton, but I think it's even thicker than that. It's called Anne, and I don't have a number of a size on the chart. It just gives the yardage and the weight. But these are the ones that I use. I'm using, I think it's the number 7 that I'm using on I showed a purple, a little fine size 60 thread, which is really delicate fine thread. And your finer threads, you use like a number 8 and a number 7. I haven't used the number 8 yet, but I see that they have the size 60 thread on the number 8. And then they crossed the size 50 thread between the 7 and the 8, but I'm using the 60 on the 7 here, which has a little bit more of an open eye. This has a little bit more of a closed eye. This is tiny, tiny. And I think they have the number 8 in here. I haven't. It says includes 3 needles, but I think they put an extra one in there. I think they put the number 8 in here too. I don't know if they did or not. No, I guess I just only see 3. I only see 3 in there. I don't know what makes me think I have the number 8. I guess I have the number 8 in a separate pack. I haven't used it yet, though. And then down here, these needle sizes are for your yarns, which is more this size, more this. And this says most 100% cotton, which would probably be this. And then the number 1 you would use on worsted weight, and the 0 is on your chunky weight when you want to use it on yarn. I don't see a need to, unless you're going to do some tatting on maybe you're going to put it on a doily or something, a yarn doily that you're doing. Chunky weight yarn? I don't know. I guess unless you're making a doily out of yarn, I don't know. I haven't played with the yarns. I don't have these needles. I have the larger upholstery size needles that I've been using, but they don't really, true tatters don't use upholstery needles to tat with. What did Linda say? I learned it right in front of you. Yeah, I have been. I have been learning how to tat, and I'm just sharing with you guys. I'm not pretending to be an expert in any sense of the word. And this butterfly, I think I've discovered right in front of you guys that instead of going this way, making this wing, I went this way. And I think if I go this way, I'll have an easier time attaching this. Now, I think I can do that, tap this way and then come around and pull my wing this way. But see, I flip it over, and that may be why I go off this way. I have to try. I'll just have to try it. But I think I have such a trouble attaching this last wing. This is the last one I do to the first one, which is I guess it's the second one. I do this one, this one, this one, and this one. I go 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 1, 4, and 2, I have trouble attaching this in here, but I think I'm going the wrong way. I'm going to try it the other way and see if it's easier for me anyway. So I had a lot of fun tonight. I had some other things planned, but it's almost 11 o'clock, but all right, we won't do a marathon. We'll say goodnight now. Thank you guys for hanging with me. I appreciate it. Linda and Allie Kay. And who else in here? Did Angie said, okay, I'm falling asleep again. Oh, there's Roseanne. Hi, Roseanne. Welcome. And Brenda's here, or was here. Let's see, Brenda says, Lori, I lived in an island of land protected by the invisible fair trade line put in place in the 1920s to protect a small private phone company from Bell. They're no longer struggling, and we're so far from that the DSL signal is weak by the time it gets to us. We're 28,000 feet from a normal cutoff point. No one else will give us service. Oh, that's sad. I know that they have that federal government thing, at least here in our area. They're trying to get the federal government to give better service to the country areas, the rural areas that do not have good service. Now, we've got good service here. We go through, well, it used to be Windstar. I think it's like Kinetic or something now. And it's all Wi-Fi, but it's good service. We had the best lines put in, the high rate lines put in, and we're getting pretty good service now. But not everybody in our small town gets that. So there's a lot of places in rural Nebraska that suffer from not having good internet service. And I think they're trying to rectify that, but it might take some time. All right, everybody, I want to thank you all for hanging with me. Tomorrow's Monday. Dee Dee comes on at 8:30 Eastern. Janet Nash comes on at 9 Eastern. Janet Young comes on at 1 Eastern, I believe. And Lisa comes on, I believe, at 1:30 Central. I think Paint Girlie's on tomorrow night at around 6 Eastern, I think. And I will see you again Tuesday morning at 4:30. Good night, everybody. Have a really great week. Go out and enjoy. This is Holy Week if you have any religion-based, faith-based Holy Week for those of you who celebrate Easter. So have a great week, even if you don't celebrate Easter. Have a great week. Good night.